The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Ellie Heiser, Ms. Loveland, Colorado, Loveland High School.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Representative Bacon,
Excused.
Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Dixon, Duran, English, Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Rep. Gonzalez Gutierrez,
Excused.
Hamrick, Hartsook, Herod, Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kip, Leader, Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Ortiz,
Here.
Parenti,
Here.
Puglisi, Ricks, Sharbini, Sirota, Snyder, Soper. Oh, there he is. Story, Taggart, Titone, Valdez, Velasco. Representative Vigil is excused. Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter. Representative Woodrow is excused. Young, Representative Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 62 present, 3 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, on Monday morning here, I do not have the ice cream of my colleague to bribe you with. I do not have my kids with me. I don't have cupcakes. There is, however, coffee that you can get and some snacks in the back. And I know there is no way on God's green earth that we're going to convince everyone to go with yes. That being said, Madam Speaker, I move the Journal of Friday, February 10th of 2023 be approved as by our esteemed Chief Clerk, Robin Jones. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook, I appreciate your passion. Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions, members. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know I had a lot of folks who wanted to join us down here for our CSU tribute, but I would request that it be read at length.
Thank you, Representative Kipp. Mr. Schiebel, please read our tribute at length.
The House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby celebrates CSU Founders Day. 60 years before Colorado became a state, Colorado Territorial Governor Edward McCook created the Agricultural College of Colorado, which later became Colorado State University in Fort Collins. Throughout the past 150 years, CSU's flagship campus has become one of the nation's leading public research universities. The CSU system today encompasses CSU in Fort Collins, CSU Pueblo, a regionally focused Hispanic serving institution, Colorado State University Global, and CSU Spur. CSU Spur is providing year-round free educational and career exploration for all Coloradans, enabling students to pursue bachelor's degrees at any one of the CSU system campuses. The CSU system continues to connect with learners in all life stages with services that meet their diverse needs and locations. The Colorado House of Representatives celebrates CSU's 153 years of providing life-changing education, world-leading research, and exceptional service to the people of Colorado. On request of Representatives Andrew Basenecker, Kathy Kipp, Matthew Martinez, and Tisha Morrow, given this 13th day of February 2023, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, everybody, for your attention. So I understand that I believe we are in year 152 of Founders Day. However, I believe it's called a sesquicentennial, the 150-year point. We kind of missed that a couple years ago because of the pandemic. So if we could just assume that we are doing one big celebration today, and don't forget, we have our mascots here as well. Please feel free to go get your picture taken. But I would like to introduce our folks here from CSU. We have Chancellor Tony Frank, who is the Chancellor of the Colorado State University System. We have our brand new president at CSU Fort Collins, Amy Parsons, who I understand is like, 2 weeks on the job today. So yeah, if you want to ask really in-depth questions, I recommend going over there and talking to her. We also have President Tim Moffett, Mote, I apologize, I can't read, from CSU Pueblo. So thank you for being here. And we have President Pam Toney of CSU Global, which really, we probably all represent CSU Global because you can be anywhere and be CSU Global because it's our online CSU school. And then also Kate Siegel-Shinko, the Assistant Vice Chancellor of our CSU system. And Cam the Ram, hello Cam the Ram from up in my neck of the woods, and our Woofie from the Thunder Wolves down in Pueblo, which answered the question that I have. Yes, they each have their own mascot. But thank you everybody for your time and attention. If you would welcome to the chamber, I would appreciate it.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all the leaders and staff and mascots from Colorado State University's system. I will tell you that Colorado State University, as a land-grant institution, started out as Colorado A&M, agriculture and mechanics. And that land-grant institution mission is very important. It is the foundation of the university and can never be forgotten. You see, our forefathers understood the importance of agriculture. They understood the need for food, fiber, for our communities. And back in the day, that was a strong emphasis for the university and the university system. It is not just a mere liberal arts university like so many others. It has a specific charter. Your CSU cooperative extension offices all over the state of Colorado in near every county, if not every county, are tied directly to CSU. What is their mission? To reach out to those communities with that extension. And they focus on many things, one of them being agriculture here. How many of us knew that the 4-H programs across this state are underwritten, supported, and have staff, faculty, advisors who work through cooperative extension to keep those programs going for our youth. Those are direct links that are part of the land grant mission. Now, being here, always speaking up for rural Colorado, CSU and your network of universities can never forget that mission. You can never forget the importance of supporting the rest of Colorado, and that is the one thing I wanted to highlight to my esteemed colleagues as I continue to bridge the rural-urban divide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I have the privilege of having CSU's Fort Collins campus in my district, and I just wanted to speak briefly to the character of the students that you bring to our community each and every school year. You know, as many of you know, my mom recently went through treatment for breast cancer, and thankfully her diagnosis is good and she's recovered and all those different things. We also live in the same neighborhood as my parents, and right across the street is a house of CSU football players. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think my parents quite knew what to expect when these guys moved in across the street, but I'll tell you what they did. Throughout my mom's chemo treatments and then radiation, they brought over care baskets, they helped my dad out, they really just supported them throughout the way. And they didn't have to do that. I mean, these are, you know, college-age kids, right? Not kids, young adults. And I think their character through that and their just willingness to care for somebody else in the community really speaks to the caliber of young adults that you all bring into our community each year, and I'm so thankful for that. So thank you for being here.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the head coach of Colorado State University rugby program for 4 years and coach of the year 2019, I'm grateful to see that CSU is being represented out here. It's a great school, has a great program. We hit number 8 for D1A for the country of the United States. Go Rams. Thank you for being here.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I think when we think of CSU, we most naturally think of Fort Collins for obvious reasons. We think of extensions and other areas around the state. I don't know how many of us think of Aurora when we think of CSU, but I wanted to come down and just let everybody know that CSU Global has a footprint in Aurora. A couple years ago, they constructed sort of the headquarters there in a pretty unique partnership with Aurora Public Schools, and we spoke about the land grant agricultural origins of CSU. CSU Global really is the cutting edge of what education needs to look like today as far as workforce readiness. There are some unique partnerships with students in APS, also with folks who are coming out of military service and want to acquire some more formal education on the way to transitioning back into civilian life. So I just wanted to call that out here for everybody and appreciate folks from CSU Global for being here today too.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Well, when we think of CSU, we cannot forget Pueblo and Southern Colorado. And I want to say that they are an absolute instrumental piece to Southern Colorado and bringing in that good reputation, really helping the community. And I will keep this short and say that the Thunderwolf is powered by Pueblo Chili. So.
Excellent. Would anyone else like to speak? I will say I am proud to be a CSU Ram. Thank you for joining us today. Members, additional announcements. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to come down on a beautiful Monday morning and let you know that the legislature Bible study will meet tomorrow morning at 7:15 down in the garden level of the Capitol in room 0109 at 7:15, and everyone is welcome. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Winter and Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we have some special guests here that really help represent rural Colorado. And we have the Colorado Independent Cattle Growers here today. So as you all saw, there was a flyer on your desk. Please RSVP to try to get over to the luncheon. They are joined by the Southern Colorado Livestock Association, the Colorado Land, Water, and Food Alliance. And please, if you get to have a chance, please go up and talk to these people. They'll give you a real prospect of what rural Colorado is about. Those are the people that feed America. So if you wouldn't mind, would you please stand up in the gallery?
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's some very important people, and if the officer team would remain standing, I won't have to ask you to stand up again, but if you already sat down, I'd like to go over the officer team that's here. Marie Bonds is the president of CICG. Marcia Holton is the vice president. Kay Schreiber is the secretary. Adam News, treasurer. There's also members of the Southern Colorado Livestock Association, which is an affiliate organization with Colorado Independent Cattle Growers Association, and also the Colorado Land, Water, and Food Alliance. And I will tell you, this alliance is very important from Southern Colorado. And I know you're wondering, why is that alliance so important? Because they're trying to remind everybody that there is a triad that supports your food and fiber, and that is the land, the water, and the food that is produced off that land. And you must understand the importance of that. And these folks right here are salt of the earth people that live all across the most austere parts of Colorado and some of the most remote places. Yet they come to the Capitol standing up and fighting for their rural way of life, their livelihood, and also that things that are made in America should be advertised and merchandised as made in America, USA beef. So once again, I know we've already applauded them. Please go to their luncheon. If you didn't RSVP, I think you can probably sneak in there. It's okay. They welcome one and all, so thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee will be meeting at 1:30 to hear House Bill 1125. So we'll see you there.
And Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, 7:30 tomorrow morning. I know, that's great. Joint Technology is going to be meeting to finalize our prioritization for the supplemental requests for the budget on IT projects. So hope to see you all there, because this is really important.
Thank you. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many of you have seen, if you haven't seen, a flyer that has been placed on your desk. It looks like this, if you haven't seen it. I want to let members know that the University Club is only 2 blocks to the north here, and because of the relationship that they want to establish with members of the General Assembly, they are inviting us to a legislators' open house, which is Tuesday the 14th, which I believe is tomorrow. And it is an open house for you to come. But I will tell you something very interesting about this particular organization. The University Club is one of the oldest clubs in Denver, established many, many years ago. And I can't quote the year, but it was in the 1876, my esteemed minority leader tells me. And it is a club that invites one and all in to join for esprit, for membership, for fellowship, and for education, trying to educate people on different things. I will also tell you that if you're a legislator, there is a very special member benefit that you get. They waive the monthly membership fees in that club. And I'm not going to tell you what they are, but it is a very nice benefit to have that waived. And you can use the club for meetings, to visit with people. And I have found as a member now for the last several years that it is a really nice place that you can get away, it's quiet, you can meet people, you can talk to constituents, you can talk to colleagues, you can work on legislation in a bipartisan way in a very friendly atmosphere. So please take a look at that, and if you're inclined to attend, I would suggest that you consider that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Capital Development Committee will be meeting tomorrow morning at 8:15 in room 357. We'll see you there.
Thank you. Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a couple of guests here today from my district, some constituents, so I was hoping you would all help me welcome them. Claudia Graver, Pam Healer, and Pastor Al. Thank you so much for being here today.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you. Just
And
a
an
quick
honor
reminder.
to serve with you.
Transportation, local gov will meet tomorrow at 1:30.
Thank you. Seeing no further announcements and introductions, members, our next order of business is the third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1145.
House Bill 1145 by Representatives Charbini and English, also Senators Fields and Exum, concerning juveniles ordered by a court to be detained in an adult facility while awaiting trial.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1145 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1145 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Representative Epps is excused. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 3 excused, House Bill 1145 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Representative Parenti, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 19.
Senate Bill 19 by Senators Kolker and Simpson, also Representatives Basenecker and Frizzell, concerning consumer protection for Coloradans purchasing vehicles from out-of-state online retailers.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 019 on third reading, final passage.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 19 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 5 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 19 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1093.
House Bill 1093 by Representatives McLaughlin and Martinez, also Senator Rich, concerning permitting higher education staff to take a sabbatical.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1093 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1093 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 5 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1093 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1111.
House Bill 1111 by Representative Byrd, also Senator Hansen, concerning harmonization of the unauthorized insurance premium tax rate with the surplus lines insurance premium tax rate.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1111 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1111 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 4 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1111 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1121.
House Bill 1121 by Representative Byrd, also Senators Hansen and Liston, concerning the repeal of infrequently used tax expenditures.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1121 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1121 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 8 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1121 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1023.
House Bill 1023 by Representatives Lindstedt and Wilson, also Senators Roberts and Gardner, concerning the dollar amount of a special district contract that requires notice for bids.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1031 on third reading and final passage. Oh, excuse me.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 1023 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1023 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 3 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1023 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1031.
House Bill 1031 by Representative Story and Wilford, also Senator Winter F., concerning an exemption for mental health professionals from requirements to report information about individuals with a sexually transmitted infection to public health entities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1031 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1031 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Oh, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I normally don't come down on third readings, but this particular bill cuts both ways. And I want to make sure that before we do this final vote, people understand that. On one hand, the bill proponents want this not to be reported because they feel that it indirectly or directly affects clinician and client privilege in the behavioral health space. I will tell you, in most cases, when you have medical practitioners and scope of practice that's complete, all those barriers are already down. So the medical or behavioral health practitioners can fully provide the best mental or behavioral health care that can be provided. And clients are very open about their situations. In fact, in the mental health space, the more open people are, the better service that person can protect, or provide rather. This particular bill, as we listened to testimony in committee, brought that point out. But it also changed a longstanding rule about the role of CDPHE in protecting the citizens of the state. And I listened for 2 to 3 years, not only in this building, but across the nation, about how important data metrics are, how important statistics are, and how important it is to follow the science, particularly in the mental, behavioral, and specifically in the physical health space. So as this bill came through committee, we noticed that it was eliminating a reporting requirement that actually lets the state know about very important health issues across this state. Now, unfortunately, it's not a pleasant subject to talk about. Sexually transmitted diseases, HIV, AIDS, and other such things are very complicated and difficult things to talk about because it speaks to social norms and behavior. It speaks to what happens in the drug-addicted culture, in the homeless population, and so many bad things that happen that are going to continue to happen. But in this case, may not be reported to the state agency that's supposed to track that. Now, if we're serious about following the science, the data metrics, and those things that shape public policy to make the best decisions with respect to public health policy, then I don't know how on one hand we can say this and implement it in the state of Colorado during COVID-19, but then we can come back in 2023 and say, oh, we don't need that information. That's not really important. And it has this negative effect in the behavioral health space, which hasn't been proven and is in question. So I wanted to explain that to everybody. It sounds like this shouldn't be a big issue. But here's the problem that I have and what makes it an issue. When we start surgically removing reporting requirements for certain things because for some reason, either ideologically or we want to try to shape public policy or we want to do something to help a certain population, in this case, probably the most at risk because it truly affects the homeless. And I believe that it was stated earlier this session that we have a syphilis epidemic in Colorado. And how is that tracked? CDPHE has that information. And other such problems. But now we're taking that away in this particular bill. It seems like a small matter, but then what comes next? What else do we take away? Or do we take anything away? Or does the science matter? Or are we going to skew the data by taking away part of the data points or the reporting requirements for those data points that skew the data? And for those of us, many of us here who have taken quantitative and qualitative analysis in college and graduate school, we know that your analysis is only as good as your data. And your assumptions, when you have a lack of data or a data vacuum, define and determine the direction of your analysis. So it's a very dangerous path that we take here with this bill. So I will tell you that the committee and my colleagues voted no. There was an amendment offered, and I spoke to that earlier. And the amendment was all about liability because now all of a sudden we were concerned about the liability of those practitioners who maybe were or were not going to gather certain information and then report certain information. So now we get into a liability discussion and the litigation of liability, which I didn't think really should have anything to do with this. But I will tell you that as innocuous as people might think this is, and having these exemptions, what are we going to exempt in the future? What else do we say? Oh, we really don't want to know that because that's uncomfortable, or that might affect how this is getting done in the field. And here's what really bothers me, ladies and gentlemen. During COVID, I repeatedly stated that if you force and mandatory vaccine medical practitioners across Colorado and don't allow them to have religious or medical waivers, that we're going to lose practitioners. And we did. In rural Colorado, we lost them because of the desire to have these heavy-handed mandates from whom?
Representative
From
Goldberg,
CDPHE.
please
So I'm
stay
going to
to
get
the
back
bill.
to the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership. And tell you that this is a very dangerous precedence, which actually goes against previous precedents and reporting requirements. Oh boy, did we see all those data points every day of every week during COVID, that goes against what we were promoting right here in this building not more than 2 years ago. So I will remain a no on this bill because it does have some very significant problems. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
A pleasure to serve with you.
Colleagues, this bill does not eliminate any data reporting. Medical professionals will continue to report on medical data that they receive, and they would be the ones that would be requesting test results and lab results, and they will be the reporters. So there won't be any reduction in data reported on those who have STIs.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1031 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1031 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be made special orders at 10:50 a.m. House Bill 1087, House Bill 1117, House Bill 1134, House Bill 1165, House Bill 1011, and House Bill 1090.
Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objections, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 10:50 a.m. Representative Doherty. Members, you have heard the motion. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Doherty will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The court rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1087.
House Bill 1087 by Representatives Catlin and McLaughlin, also Senators Roberts and Will, concerning a requirement that the state controller promulgate fiscal rules governing advance payment for the purchase of state agricultural products by a charitable food organization using state grant money.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 23-1087 and with the committee report.
To the committee report. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. Yes, we had one kind of a technical amendment, and it just says the state agencies will be under review of the state controller.
Would you like to move your amendment?
Oh, yes. I move Amendment L001 to the committee report. It's all done.
Oh, are you talking about the committee report, or do you have an additional amendment?
No, that was the one in the committee report.
I apologize. Any further discussion on the committee report?
No.
No.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, the question before us is the passage of the Agriculture Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a bill that comes to us to try and help both sides of a transaction. Here in Colorado, food pantries and churches and the people that are trying to feed the hungry have not been able to forward contract with producers in the state of Colorado because of the our fiscal year and the difference in growing a crop. What this bill will do is allow those organizations to forward contract with grant money to the grower in that community, and will help them figure out that they have food security, and the grower will have an opportunity to have a guaranteed sale of his commodities that fall. We haven't been able to do this. This bill will allow that. There are a lot of people in the state of Colorado that are needing this. Producers, that I'm from agriculture. Agriculture would like to see something like this, but those food pantries and people who are trying to feed the hungry believe that this will help them in many different ways. We've had a lot of comments from them saying that they've been needing this. This would help them with food security. This is a good bill. Vote yes.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. I can't say much more than Representative Catlin has said, except this will help producers, and it will also help the state understand the food needs out there and keep abreast of both of them. So it's a good bill for all. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1087. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Thank you, sir.
The ayes have it. House Bill 1087 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of 1117.
House Bill 1117 by Representatives Judah and Garcia, concerning requirements for affidavits of support related to eligibility for public benefits in Colorado.
Representative Joda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 23-117 and the committee report.
You move House Bill 1117.
Sorry, what did I say? 1117. Sorry, 1117. And the committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had two amendments in committee. L001 ensures that all county departments responsible for administering benefit programs under the state stop producing documentation and update all electronic materials that reference the prohibition on sponsorship as a condition of eligibility for benefits.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Joda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill is quite simple. It eliminates the requirement for a person who is a lawful permanent resident to reside, and resident of the state to refrain from executing an affidavit of support for the purpose of sponsoring an individual, usually a family member, from coming to the United States while the person is receiving public services or medical assistance.
Any further discussion on please be in the well and ready to come and talk, members. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I just want to start with the definition. A sponsor is one who assumes responsibility for another person or a group during a period of instruction, apprenticeship, or probation. According to the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, partially reimburses states and localities for the cost of incarcerating certain criminal aliens, does not reimburse for those in the country legally. There are two types of criminal aliens for which state criminal alien assistance programs will reimburse the incarcerating authority. Illegal aliens whom DHS has definitely determined illegal, and unknown aliens from which DHS is unable to find a record.
Representative Bradley, can you please speak to the bill? The title is concerning requirements for affidavits of support related to eligibility for public benefits in Colorado. Thank you.
Okay, so I am talking to the bill and the fact that we know that when sanctuary cities are present, that we have an increase in crime.
You're off base there. Again, we're just talking about concerning requirements for affidavits for public benefits. So if you could please speak to that.
Okay.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill was heard in the Public Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee. There was a lot of discussion about this. There is a significant difference in federal law and immigration policy, and this particular bill has the state of Colorado deviating from federal policy with respect to the sponsorship. So, to the bill, this states eliminate discrimination for public assistance. Well, I will tell you that we have a very robust public assistance program in the state of Colorado and across this nation, and it continues to grow exponentially. As more immigrants come in, and my colleague was trying to point out on the criminal side of this issue, potentially, and I'm not going to speak for her because I think she'll come back and maybe speak to that point a little bit more, there may be an increase. But here's one of the things that was discussed in committee and I brought up. Under the self-sufficiency requirement for immigrants and work permit holders, it is presumed that if they're going to be sponsors, they have a stable household, they have employment, they are able to and are working towards being the type of citizen that is contributing to the tax base without the need for public assistance. Because that is the ideal situation. And if you are one of these people, then why couldn't you have your father, your mother, your cousin, your sister, your brother, your nephew, your niece come and join you? This bill speaks to the fact that with respect to writing that affidavit, as I understand it, which has to go to the federal government and has to be reviewed, that people now don't have the same self-sufficiency requirement and that scrutiny because they could be on a myriad of public assistance programs. Now, in committee, some of my colleagues heard me talk about the self-sufficiency threshold. How important that is to be a sponsor, to be a legitimate sponsor for family members. And does the self-sufficiency threshold include the myriad of public health programs that we so generously offer in this country, and for those of us that come from immigrant families know in our home countries are very few and far between, if any. That's why we have barrios con pobres por todos lados. And what that means, that's why we have slums with high crime rates and poor people everywhere, because they don't have these type of programs. And people want to get out of that situation. But nonetheless, if they do leave that and they come here, what do they join? And who has the burden of that adjoining with respect to discrimination of public assistance? Well, now those members might get this affidavit, just so we clearly understand. We might get this affidavit. It might get vetted at the federal level, and these family members may come over, knowing that the family that's sponsoring them or the individual that's sponsoring them is receiving a myriad of public assistance benefits from a long list of programs. And we can start with a list of those programs because I know we have TANF, we have SNAP, we have housing assistance, we have LEAP, low energy assistance program benefits. We have Medicaid. And if you start adding up all these programs for one individual who may come to this country, and the assumption is, and there is a point in this that was brought up in committee, that there is a 5-year exclusionary period under some federal rules. But it never was really fleshed out whether that can be breached with some other kind of dependency relationship or approval of a different status. But I will tell you who pays for those programs and what is the burden of those many, many programs for additional immigrants who come to this country, either legally or illegally. Well, the burden is the tax base and the taxpayers. And we know that the lower income citizens aren't paying taxes. It is the middle income and the high income tax base that has to bear this burden, and other tax collection vehicles. So there was some serious concern in the Public Health Committee by my caucus, and particularly me as the ranking member on this self-sufficiency requirement, and truly the impact. Will these people, when availed by a public program, will they immediately try to sign up for more programs that are offered? Now, it was pointed out in committee that there is a benefit if a family member does come. Maybe they can provide some daycare, for example. And that was a good point. They can help that household, or maybe they will go and work and help our labor shortages. But do they have a work visa? Do they have a work permit? Are they even able to work? Do they have a TIN, a tax identification number? Will they pay taxes? Or will they fall to the black market and work for cash under the table? Now, all those things did come up. But the real issue here with this bill is, should we deviate from federal policy as a state? And is this a role that the state of Colorado should take? Because then what happens? And I'm not making this claim, but we have sanctuary cities, we have sanctuary states, and we know that many immigrants work towards and go towards those locations because of the many opportunities that they have that other locations do not have. And then that immigrant population grows. And then the burden of these social programs statistically can grow as more people enter into the vast myriad of programs that we offer. Because our country is so generous, because our policies are so liberal, and because people outside this country are watching and paying attention, the family members are talking, and they want to bring more people to our country to take advantage of not only the economic benefits that we have, but also the public assistance programs that we may offer. And will that be a greater burden? Now, Madam Chair, I appreciate you allowing me to have the time. I may be coming back to speak on this one more time or two, but I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues because I know there's some very important things that need to be said, to include the possible increase as public assistance, and as the term says, we eliminate discrimination for public assistance. I would argue that that's not necessarily discriminatory, but the bill title does state such. But it also could lead towards a possible increase in criminal activity. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And I'll be turning it over to, I believe, another member of my Public Health Committee, so she can also speak to the points that were brought out in committee.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too was in committee for this bill, and I appreciate the sponsors bringing it forward. I just have some concerns. There is no fiscal note for this, and I'm thinking that if this bill is to be enacted, that those people who are on public assistance and want to sponsor, that the amount of money that they are getting for their public assistance should be recorded, and that is an expense to the state that should be on this bill, because that is an appropriation that is given to them for whatever reason, but they are receiving subsistence money. And if this bill were to go through, I think that that money should be recorded and be counted as an expense against the state. I'm not against immigrants coming. I'm not against sponsors for immigrants, but what I am against is that if you're going to be a sponsor, you must be able to afford and not on public assistance. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It's a privilege to serve with you. Bring it up there. All right. Mary is a little shorter than me. All right. Colleagues, it's a privilege to serve with you. I have absolutely no opposition to immigrants. As a grandchild of immigrants, I think that is a strength of our country. My grandparents came over on a wooden boat from the Netherlands, and that was a treacherous journey. One of the things that they met was the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. That's not yearning to live for free. That is yearning to breathe free. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We cannot execute our God-given rights of sovereignty if we're dependent on somebody else. The individuals that are dependent on the government are not free. They are in servitude, they're in bondage to the government. That creates its own issues. But extending that privilege, extending that money, and then bringing somebody else, that money is not free, despite the propensity of our government just to print money like it grows on trees.
Representative DeGraff, I'm giving you some latitude here.
Thank you, Madam
I'm
Chair.
trying to figure out how you're relating this back to the bill, so please help me out.
Okay, I'm going to try to help you out. The word sponsor, because we're talking about sponsoring into this country. A sponsor is one who assumes responsibility for another person or a group during a period of instruction, apprenticeship, or probation. Somebody that is living on the beneficence of the government is not able to assume responsibility for somebody else during their period of instruction, apprenticeship, or probation. So if you can't sponsor somebody, then how could you extend an invitation to that person? All you're doing is extending. Now, if the government, I suppose, which would be foolhardy, wants to do that, then the government can extend. But by the very definition, the person who is on government assistance is not able to sponsor somebody, if definitions mean anything. And we're just encouraging. Now, the other part of the bill, it doesn't even require somebody to be legally here. They can be undocumented. So an undocumented person here illegally can extend and start creating a chain to bring somebody else in to live off. Colleagues, we have people that are living on the streets. We have our own poor. If we have a moral obligation to every single person that wants to come here, then you're talking about a moral obligation to the billions of people in the countries that are in servitude in their own countries. This is on the face of it, just by definition. It defies definition. It defies logic. It does comport with the goals of this body to spend as much money as fast as possible, as frivolously as possible, spending at the speed of emotion. But this is not a responsible use of your constituents' money. You're just creating an absolute flow into when we're saying we don't have enough money to take care of our needs at home. I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Garcia.
Members, I just want to clarify some misinformation that this bill is strictly and only for lawful permanent residences to sponsor folks coming in through the immigration process. This has nothing to do with undocumented immigrants. Thank you.
Seeing any, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify the clarification, the actual wording here says that it takes away the requirements for documented people and including undocumented people. That's exactly what the wording says. I have spent over 30 years working with people to become legal immigrants. I have spent countless hours down at ICE in Aurora for years and years and years, helping people to become legal immigrants, probably to the tune of about 200 people that I've encouraged to become legal immigrants and help them with the paperwork on that. I don't understand the concept. And by the way, that group of people, the ones that actually go through with the law and obey the law and don't break federal law and become a criminal, those people are very upset when they see people breaking the law and coming into the country illegally. Hundreds of people I've worked with in that. Saying that, I don't understand why we as a state are trying to make a law that helps people break federal law. That makes no sense whatsoever, and I speak strongly for the legal aspect, for the moral aspect of not encouraging an entire group of people to sponsor support from an illegal mentality to an illegal mentality. I vote no on this.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Joda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you would direct your attention to the amendment, it clearly says the legislative declaration clarifies the intent of the legislation that the bill relates only to the benefits of lawful permanent residents.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to highlight that point. The bill sponsors do bring this bill, and it is true that only legal residents, typically those that have a work visa or work permit, can offer that. There wouldn't be any situation where someone that wasn't lawfully here and had the lawful ability to work would be able to offer that to the federal level, in this case, this affidavit of support. But in this particular case and under this bill, and I won't go through the long list of social programs that one could be enrolled in, but you could have a sponsor who is enrolled in a myriad of programs, receiving literally thousands of dollars of public assistance benefits, that then would be writing this particular affidavit, soliciting through the federal level these family members or acquaintances to come and join them in our country and in this state. Now, I want to speak to the fiscal note. We really didn't get this in this committee, but it says no appropriation is required, and the fiscal note reflects the introduction of the bill. And under the summary, just to highlight so everyone understands, the bill repeals the requirement that legal immigrants agree to refrain from executing an affidavit of support for the purpose of sponsoring a bid for immigration while receiving public assistance from a program in the Department of Human Services or a Department of Healthcare Policy and Finance. Now, I'm not going to go over all those those programs again, but obviously through HCPF, we're talking about Medicaid benefits. Through Human Services, we'd be talking about other benefits. And we didn't even talk about the Colorado Housing and Finance. But also, there's so many programs that now become eligible. But what I really want to talk about on this fiscal note is that there's no appropriation required. But ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest. I question the validity of the fiscal note as written, and I'll tell you why. If these particular vouchers, these particular affidavits are sent in, and our immigrant population grows in this country, and they enroll in these benefits, who's going to administer those? Who's going to have the burden of administering larger programs for more people in the state of Colorado as this population grows? Now, I'm not going to talk about the thousands of people that come across the border every day on the southern border, and many of them come right to Colorado and actually join families and relatives that they have here, and the demands of that population on many social services, including education, healthcare. And oh, by the way, if someone does show up at the hospital, you can't refuse them care, but who's going to pay for the care? And what if they don't even qualify for Medicaid? The hospital has to eat that cost and expense. And healthcare is very expensive. I'm not even going to talk to that point. What I am going to talk about is DHS and HCPF having to staff and process additional requested benefits from a growing immigrant population when they become eligible. Now, many of us in this chamber think that's a good thing. Many of us in this chamber want to grow government. Many of us in this chamber think we should spend more money on everything and everybody, including the immigrant class. And that's why this bill says eliminate discrimination for public assistance. But do we really discriminate? I have issue with the bill title. But I also have issue with this fiscal note. I will tell you there will absolutely, And it even says here, the bill will increase costs to the DHS to modify the Colorado Benefits Management System. Now, I'm just a country boy from eastern Colorado, but when it says increased costs, I think it means increased costs, and they're not reflected in the fiscal note. It further states, it says CHPF, which stands HICPUF, and DHS will have a one-time increase in workload to make IT changes. But what about the enrollment in these public assistance programs? As the population increases, is there an assumption that more persons will be in need of public assistance if this particular bill were to pass and be signed by the governor in future time? And how will that be addressed? Well, it says in the fiscal note, and this is one thing that I actually agree on, that appropriations will have to address those in the annual budget process for the year that budget has to be promulgated and addressed. But as we grow government and grow expenditures by billions and billions of dollars, I think we're going to grow it, I don't know, is it $3 billion this year? Somebody can help me on that. How much we're growing the state budget this year from last year? 37 to 41, that's $4 billion. I'm not on JBC. But I will tell you, there is absolutely a component of this that is going to raise the requirement and the expenditure of the state of Colorado to support something like this that merely addresses an affidavit for immigrants that are coming to or want to come to the United States. And as those immigrants come to this country, they join the greatest nation on earth with one of the most prolific public assistance programs in the world. Unless you live in Russia, where everything's a public assistance program. But we also understand the quality of life in that country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. My intent to talk about the bill was to talk about the policy. So I just want to read the bill for everyone. The bill eliminates the requirement for a person who is lawfully residing in the state, a legal immigrant who is a resident of the state, or an undocumented individual to refrain from executing an affidavit of support for the purpose of sponsoring an undocumented individual while the person is receiving public services or medical assistance. My only intent was to let the Assembly know that when we encourage more illegal immigration into our state, and that we know in states that have encouraged this, what has happened to the crime rate. And when we are looking at putting a policy, we have to look at what ends up happening to our state with the rise of crime, fentanyl abuse, homelessness, veterans that need assistance. It is felt that this money would be much better spent on things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Speaker. Just going from the bill eliminates the requirement for a person who is lawfully, and this is as it still is, a legal immigrant who is a resident of the state or an undocumented individual from refrain from executing an affidavit of support. If we look at our summary this morning, the ACAR summary, the bill opens the door for additional immigrants or undocumented individuals to enter the United States without the security. So now this does eliminate the specification that an undocumented individual, but not necessarily somebody that's on public support. So going back to the definition of sponsor, you can't sponsor somebody if you're not maintaining responsibility for yourself. So what we're doing here, which is not a surprise, is encouraging more dependency on government, less dependency, less independence on on ourselves, on our expectations of citizens. Now, it is absolutely no surprise that our government would like to enslave people to vote a certain way by
Representative
offering them
DeGraff,
money.
I'm going to please ask you to refer back to the bill.
To the bill.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. The bill opens the door for additional immigrants or undocumented individuals to enter the United States without the security of having a sponsor who is financially stable enough to not need their own public assistance. This would increase the burden on both state and federal government. This would be at all levels. This is one of those chain mailers. Those two people can sponsor two more people who can sponsor two more people. What is the limit of the number of people that our government would like to import that are unable to fend for themselves? This is absolutely not a sustainable program. Not mathematically, not logically. And again, my grandparents were immigrants. They came to this country. They had to abide by those rules. They had to go live with somebody who was financially stable. In order for them to become eligible to sponsor anybody else, they had to become financially stable. They had to have the means, and they had to demonstrate the means. This is nothing new. This is nothing discriminatory. This is applied to all individuals, no matter what their skin color, no matter what their country of origin. This is the way you maintain a stable society. Allowing a chain of people that are not able to provide for themselves is a mathematical, financial, moral death spiral. That's what this bill is. It is a death spiral, and it cannot be sustained in any way, shape, or form. This has nothing to do with country of origin. It has nothing to do with the color of one's skin. This has to do with being stable or even sustainable at even the most basic level. This is effectively a time bomb. Not even a time bomb. It's just a very quick death of our financial system. And at some point, you have to look at yourself and go, this is intentional. This is intentional. This is what we are trying to do. We are trying to bankrupt every single citizen. We cannot maintain, as a country, we cannot care for everybody that wants to come to this country. There are billions of people in this world that want to come for this country. If we have a moral obligation to care for every single one of them, then we have a military obligation to go liberate them. Nobody in here is taking on that role. That would be the most expedient way to liberate them. You want to bring them here? You want to bring them here and just create a giant sucking sound in our economy? This is the way to do it. This is the way to do it. You continue down this path, you continue to create a subsidy for people not caring for themselves, and you create, this is immediately unstable. This is not something that becomes unstable. This is the tyranny of good intentions, because somebody has to pay for this. Your good intentions, this is the jackboot of good intentions. This is the jackboot of good intentions on the neck of every law-abiding, self-sustaining citizen as you reach deeper and deeper and deeper into their pockets. Every single day. This is not sustainable. This is not logical. This is not moral. This is an affront against every one of your constituents. I urge you
Let's not
to vote
impugn
no.
Representative DeGraff, for further notice, let's not impugn anyone's motives. I was giving you wide latitude there. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've heard a lot of the arguments in regards to the federal and state. What I'm here to talk about is that from the top down, this goes into my counties. Frontier counties out on the western slope, and I would imagine out on the eastern plains, they're not well funded. And extra services, extra work, those kind of things are concerning to me, and particularly where the state did not look at any way of trying to help the counties figure out what they're going to do with this. You know, it's very typical of a lot of the things that we do in this building is we say we're going to do it and we expect you to do it for us, but we're not going to be able to fund any of that. So I worry about my rural counties, particularly on the western slope and on the frontier counties, because out there in the frontier, it's a whole lot different than it is here. So I'd urge a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of 1117. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1117 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1134.
House Bill 1134 by Representatives Joseph and Kipp, also Senator Cutter, concerning mandatory provisions in home warranty service contracts and in connection therewith, requiring a home warranty service contract to include terms allowing a homeowner to replace any of certain gas-fueled devices with a device that operates on electricity, or to receive an amount that is equivalent to the retail cash value of the gas-fueled device.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1134 and the Energy and Environment Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee, after consideration on the merit of the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1134 be amended as follows, and as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Just to amend page 5, strike line 13 through 19 and substitute operates on electricity rather than gas. A home warranty service contract may require a homeowner to pay any additional cost to replace a gas fuel appliance with an appliance that has a retail cost that exceeds the cost of replacing the gas fuel appliance with another gas fuel appliance under the terms of the warranty service contract.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill requires home service warranty contracts that provide coverage for gas fuel appliances to allow the homeowner to replace the gas fuel appliance with electric-powered appliances of their choosing, and if the retail costs exceed the cost of the gas fuel, the homeowner to pay the difference. May request the homeowner to pay the difference. And also, it requires the replace gas fuel stove with either an electric stove or an induction stove.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you. Really, all this bill does is allow people to have the option of replacing their gas appliances with a electric appliance if they so choose, if this bill passes. We're just trying to give people options to move to cleaner fuels.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L004 and ask that be displayed.
L004 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Evans to Amendment L004.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we just heard, this bill enables somebody that has a home warranty option and currently has a gas appliance to then be able to get the equivalent cost of that gas appliance in the form toward the payment of an electric appliance here. And so in conversations with a lot of the home warranty companies, they said, you know what, hey, this is a program that a lot of us are actually doing. And so just as I was listening to this bill in committee, it occurred to me that everything in this bill is structured to move from a gas appliance to an electric appliance. However, nothing in here covers the fact that perhaps somebody might want to move from an electric appliance back to a gas appliance. And so what Amendment L004 does, it doesn't strike anything out of the bill. It just says on or after January 1st, 2024, so that's the effective date of the bill currently. Every home warranty service contract that provides coverage for the replacement of an electric appliance must include terms allowing the homeowner to replace the electric appliance with a similar device of the owner's choosing that operates on gas rather than electricity. And so what this bill does is it just creates an even playing field. Rather than the government being in the business of picking winners and losers and picking favored industries over not favored industries, this bill just this amendment just reestablishes a level playing field so that homeowners have the option to go both directions. If they have a gas appliance and they want to get an electric, guess what? They can do that. And if they have an electric appliance and they want to get a gas appliance, you know what? They can also do the same thing. And I think it's important to note that there may be times where somebody wants to get a gas appliance because that makes good common fiscal sense. I'll read just a couple of things that I found. This is from Consumer Affairs. Natural gas is almost always cheaper than electricity, and choosing a gas appliance can save you up to 30% on your utility bill. Not only that, Consumer Affairs reports that gas takes the trophy as the more eco-friendly option for any appliance. Gas dryers, in fact, use 30% less energy than electric ones, and that will reduce your carbon footprint. We heard in testimony a conversation about the carbon footprint associated with perhaps a propane-powered stove. I grew up with a propane stove. In committee, we heard that report that propane actually has only 1/3 the carbon footprint of the current electrical grid in Colorado, and that's even with the renewables that have been added to Colorado's electrical power supplies. Even with all of those renewables added to Colorado's current grid, propane still has only 1/3 the carbon footprint of electricity in Colorado. So there may be times where a homeowner wants to take advantage of the eco-friendly nature of propane or gas, and they also want to save money. We know that we're in a time of very high prices where affordability is a major concern on the minds of everyone. And so I think that it's very important to point out that all this amendment would do is just level that playing field and ensure that the consumer is ultimately in control of what appliances they want to use.
Representative Kitt.
Thank you very much. So, members, there is nothing in this bill that keeps this from happening without that language. If you want a home warranty company, we're not telling them how they have to write their contracts, except that you must be able to replace an electric appliance with a gas appliance, simply because that has not been allowed in some circumstances. It doesn't say that you don't have to pay the difference. It doesn't say that you can't offer the other thing. We are just trying to give people options as we try and move away from fossil fuels. So I ask for a no vote.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in conversation with the home warranty, yes, that's absolutely right. There's nothing that would currently prohibit them from moving, if somebody wanted to go from from electric to gas, they have that ability. But they also have that same existing ability to go from gas to electric. And so to me, it just seems fair that if we're going to legislate on this, legislate on something that they already have the ability to do in their contracts, that the legislation ought to go both ways. It should be able to allow those home warranty companies to go from gas to electric or from electric to gas. They currently have the ability to do both of those things, and so putting one of those in the law and not the other seems to be picking winners and losers, and it seems to be restricting the ability of the home warranty companies and ultimately the consumer by directing them in a particular direction. And again, I don't think that government should be in the business of picking winners and losers. I think that is up to the consumer to be ultimately in the driver's seat of deciding what appliances are best for them and their financial situation.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of wanted to continue that conversation. You know, speaking from the rural Colorado perspective, we don't always have the reliable electric grid that you all do in the city. And to drive this narrative in one way and not the other, I think we need to keep that open. So if people in my district and the constituents in my district want to be able to have the choice to stick with gas, which is cheaper, more reliable, and allows them to brave the harsh weather that we have in southeastern Colorado and around rural Colorado, I think that should definitely be an option. So, I mean, if you want to go from gas to electric, great, but I think that the option needs to be in there to go from electric to gas. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue on the contract here, allowing to go both ways, as we've discussed, this is a contract issue, probably not something that in the name of good governance we should even be involved in. I do agree that however, I do agree that it's in the interest of the companies, and we've heard witness testimony on that it would be better for the companies to allow a switch. But again, that is a contractual issue, and not one that not a contractual issue that the government should be involved in. So I would urge a no vote on the entire bill, but in the name of utility or fairness, you know, for somebody to go the opposite direction and replace their gas furnace or gas appliance with or electric appliance with a gas appliance, as we've discussed, the gas is more energy dense. It's not reliant on the overburdened electrical grid already, and these and it's the same issue. The contracts, when they're issued, are premised on what is in place at the time. So what's in place at the time is the basis for the contract. So just to continue in the fairness and make sure we're not impacting the industry one way or the other, I would urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Bottoms.
I would also urge an aye vote on this amendment. And I believe strongly in free markets, and I believe strongly in equality. I'm not a huge fan of equity, but when it comes to stoves, I am a huge fan of equity. I believe that all stoves should have the right to end at the finish line at the exact same moment. Gas stoves should be able to allow to have all the opportunities that electric stoves have. Gas stoves should be propelled for, if we see a gas stove dropping back through some type of legislation, we need to encourage that gas stove to move forward so that he can arrive at the exact same moment that the electric stove arrives. When the electric stove is being propelled forward by legislation that is going to give extra opportunity, extra money, and I believe a lack of equity in relationship to the gas stove, I believe that the electric stove should be pulled back and allowed for the gas stove to be moved forward. It doesn't make sense to put in language that would allow an insurance company to provide any kind of extra support or extra finances or any kind of insurance policy for an electric stove that we don't do the exact same thing for the gas stove. When my wife and I move into a house, immediately the very first thing that we do is we look to make sure that there is a gas line because we refuse to use an electric stove. Now, I don't do the cooking, but my wife does, and so I support her stance on gas stoves. And this insurance concept should also support her stance on gas stoves because she is not going to use an electric stove. So now we have to have the ability for that gas stove to be, maybe not a lot, maybe not overwhelmingly, but we need to give it a little bit of a nudge toward that finish line in equity with that electric stove. Now, if you like electric stoves, nobody is picking on your choice of electric stoves. I support your ability to have an electric stove, and I even support the idea of an insurance company helping you somehow replace a gas stove with an electric stove. But I strongly support this amendment because it just levels the playing field and brings us all to the finish line at the exact same moment. So I strongly believe in equity for gas stoves and electric stoves, not just equality, which is a moral concept, but equity, but only for electric and gas stoves do I support equity. And so I support this amendment.
Any further discussion on amendment? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we look at this from an economic perspective and cost, when you want to replace a stove and you call your warranty company, you're looking at approximately $85. I know I have a warranty policy for a house. For the service call is $85 for them to come out before they've done anything. There's also usually caps on what they're going to replace. Buying those warranty policies in the first place can anywhere from $800 to $1,200. So you've put out a significant amount of money before you have even looked at replacing it with an electric stove. That's not even counting the cost of the stove. The markets themselves, if you wish to replace something, you can replace it with any stove you so choose. The cost of gas right now is far cheaper to cook and heat in your home than electricity is. When we talk about the citizens that we want to support, the ones that have the least ability to pay for a new electric stove that meets all the current standards, that goes in, that's going to require more energy to run, the rewiring of their house, putting in a 220 outlet, there's a lot of technical things. It's not just a simple matter of a plug and play. It doesn't quite work that way. I spent years in construction, I know. These costs all add up on a community that we don't want to add costs to. Inflation is through the roof. Costs are through the roof. Why would we add more to it? If somebody wants to buy an electric stove, then let them do so. But putting in companies and warranties and requiring additional coverage and an increasing in costs is going to continue to drive that train up and up and up. And that is something that we can least afford at this time. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your leadership.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Madam Chair, I'm going to lean over my shoulder here, put my glasses, nope, leave them up. So this particular amendment, I think, is very impactful to all the members of the floor. And I'm going to, if you'll allow me the privilege, I'm going to explain why. It says on January 1st, which will be a year from last month, it says every home warranty service contract that asks for the replacement of an electric appliance must include the terms of the homeowner to replace the electric appliance with a similar device of the homeowner choosing that operates on gas rather than electricity. So it is reciprocal. And I'm going to tell you why in rural Colorado reciprocation is so important. How many of the people in this chamber have been in rural Colorado in the wintertime when the electric power fails and the grid goes out? Well, I have. How many times does that happen in any given winter? 1, 2, 3? I've seen it happen half a dozen times. As everyone wants to run to electrical power because that is the Valhalla of energy, that is the end-all to be-all, and it's going to save us all from ourselves in the green energy world, how reliable is the electric grid if you live in rural Colorado? To the bill sponsors, this is a serious question. I know they don't live in rural Colorado, yet they want to pass a bill that affects the whole state. This particular amendment, Madam Chair, gives parity, gives equity, as one of my colleagues said. It makes it a fair and level playing field. Because in rural Colorado, electrical energy is often not reliable. particularly during or after a major snowstorm. Now, in the city, you have the privilege of having the protection of your buildings, of your infrastructure, of your electric companies being your neighbors, of your city Department of Works, of your county, and of your electric associations or electric companies having not only their shops and their stations within your community, but all around your community. But where I live, my rural electric cooperative is 58 miles from my home, and the nearest service bay where technicians reside is, I believe, 27 miles from my home. Now, how many of us, and I like to tell stories, so now I'm going to have to tell one. How many of us were here in December when we had our first snowstorm? Okay, how many of us in rural Colorado when the power went out? How many of us called the Rural Electric Association and said, help, we need power? And the Rural Electric Association said, we can't get to you. The roads are blown shut. The drifts are 3 to 5 feet high. We can't help you right now. You don't have that problem in the city. But we do in rural Colorado. It was so acute that the rural electric cooperatives that came out to where I live, we had to use our tractors and our payloaders to dig pathways to the stations and the transformers that were failed so they could get to those to repair them. In fact, my assistant manager got a recognition and a certificate of appreciation from Highline Electric, although this story isn't about me, for helping them allow them to have the capability to fix the electrical grid that had failed for some of our most remote customers. But here's a larger question, and when Colorado Oil and Gas Association had during the interim, ladies and gentlemen, this is really important. When the interim committees and COGA met, and we had legislators, bipartisan legislators there talking at this event, and we were talking about green energy, traditional energy, oil, gas, electricity, solar, wind. And I asked my colleagues, my bipartisan colleagues on the other side of the aisle, what happens? And oh, by the way, so my grandmother, who's passed away, she lived in town. But my mother has chosen not to move to town because she loves the country. She's 87, almost 88 years old, and she doesn't want to leave her home, which I believe is her right. But when her power goes out, and when the electric grid fails, what happens to my mother or my daughter's grandmother or my grandchildren's great-grandmother when she is living alone at home at 87 in a rural environment and there's no electricity? This is personal to me because when we have these grid failures, the only energy that she can have to stay warm is from her gas appliances. Now, think about that a little bit. I want that to resonate within our minds and in our hearts because I care about my mother like I care about all of you. I wouldn't want you to go cold and freeze, possibly have a hypothermic event at a very, very old age when we know pneumonia is the leading killer of our aging population. And the onset of pneumonia can come from what? Lowering the core body temperature, and that has a collision with respiratory, potential past or present respiratory challenges. Now back to this amendment. With this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that this encourages the same consideration for gas as electric. And in rural Colorado, we need our gas stoves. So if you want to help with the rural-urban divide, you need to understand us. You need to understand the people that live in the far reaches of this state. In all consideration. But when you run this type of legislation and you don't consider this amendment, you point out that you don't understand rural Colorado. You don't understand us. You don't understand what can keep us alive in the most terrible storm events. And oh, by the way, if you just want to have electric heat in your home, and you extrapolate this type of legislation and don't consider these amendments for electric heating, or, for example, running your cars or your trucks or your pickups or your tractors, for those of you who want to take this to the ends of the earth and jump off the cliff with electric for everyone and nothing else for anybody else? What happens to us in the country? All joking aside, what happens to us when we can't get to town because we couldn't charge our pickup? I drive a half-ton Chevy Silverado. It's not electric. It's a 2018. It's the newest vehicle I've ever owned. And I don't think I can afford a newer one. I certainly can't afford an EV, although on the Super Bowl commercials, they were
Representative
looking pretty...
Holtorf,
Yes, ma'am.
please back to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership. I will turn back to this important amendment. This amendment allows us to get the same warranty consideration in rural Colorado as you're promoting for all of Colorado with electricity and the electric warranty considerations. You think about Representative Holtorf, why do you come up here and speak so arduously about rural Colorado on such an insignificant and minor thing? Why do you do that? Because, Madam Chair, we have a real problem. And the problem is people don't understand my people in rural Colorado and how they survive in some of the most austere and some of the worst conditions. Something as small as 1134 requiring electric options and home warranties, and then not considering this amendment, which brings equity and parity to those that need gas appliances, or maybe their home was built with electric appliances, but they understand, because they live in remote areas, that they really need to have that either liquid propane or natural gas option to have a multi-layered energy portfolio in their home so they can have an opportunity to survive in the most austere conditions where you literally do not have power for hours, in some cases days. Now, I know what you're asking, colleagues. What's the longest time, Representative Holtorf, have you ever seen rural eastern Colorado without power? Would anybody like to take that as a trivia question? Well, I'm going to help you. It's not 1 day. It's not 2 days. It's not 3 days. It's not 4 days. It's not 5 days. It's not 6 days. It's not 7 days. It's not 8 days. It's not 9 days. It is 10 days, ladies and gentlemen, without electricity. Could you imagine being 60 to 80 miles from anything and having to be 10 days without any heat for your home or the ability to cook food? Now, I know when we were at this COGA meeting, Madam Chair, another representative who just walked in the room was speaking with me, and we were debating about the point and why this amendment is so important. We were debating about the point about, well, if you turn on your gas stove and you turn on your gas oven and you emit potentially carbon monoxide, what's going to happen? In fact, there is my esteemed colleague right there. Welcome, ma'am. We talked about this point, but here's what I told her. Do you know how clean burning natural gas is? When I was in the Army, and I have other veterans here, and I want them to speak of this. When I was in the Army, we had stoves that were so clean burning, you didn't even have to put up your flue pipe. In a GP medium tent in the Republic of Korea, in January, minus 10 degrees static. and you could run a stove on gas, kerosene specifically, we call it white gas, or MoGas, it would burn so clean you didn't even need to have your flue pipes up. Almost a miracle. And you know what else tactically was so important about this? That you didn't have any smoke emissions so the enemy couldn't find your encampments. Now, if they had thermal, they'd find your thermal imprint, or your footprint rather, but they wouldn't see the smoke. So we talk about what's clean and what's not clean. This amendment, Madam Chair, allows for some parity. Now, I don't want to be here the only one speaking on this because I know other people want to speak. So I'm going to allow the ranking member of the committee to come back and talk a little bit more about what we're trying to accomplish here and why we all need to be a yes vote on equity for energy. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've painted the picture, and the picture is this. We've got rising costs in this state. It's a key concern for everyone. We have concerns that there is not sufficient parity, as this bill is currently written, to both empower the consumers and to be able to achieve that parity so they can make the best decision for themselves, for their families, for their finances, and for their community. Now, we've talked a lot about gas stoves in this dialogue, but I want to change the conversation a little bit, and I want to talk about another type of appliance that's also named in this bill. This bill talks about furnaces, air conditioning units, and heat pumps. Now, my wife grew up with heat pumps, and she lived in a fairly mild climate. And even in that mild climate, her heat pump struggled to keep up in the winter, in the cold temperatures, and sometimes was not able to sufficiently heat their home. Now, my background, I think most everyone here knows I worked in law enforcement. One of my assignments, I got to work in the code enforcement unit. The code enforcement unit is who goes out and who conducts safety inspections to ensure that structures are fit for human occupancy. Now, one of the things that we often found in the winter was that if the internal temperature of a structure dropped below 68 degrees, that began to pose a health and safety risk to folks that were either older or had health issues, compromised immune systems. And so when we had reports that the internal temperature of a structure in the winter was dropping below 68 degrees, that was a point where it was deemed so important to preserve public health that we would actually have either code enforcement inspectors or building inspectors who would go out and who could check to see if that structure was capable of maintaining a temperature above 68 degrees. This was often important in places like assisted living facilities or nursing homes or daycares. And if that structure could not maintain a temperature above that required 68 degrees, this was actually a time where the local government actually had the authority to condemn that building as unfit for occupancy until the internal temperature could be brought into a safe temperature range. And in Colorado, we have a very broad and varied climate. We have very broad and varied weather. I think we've all heard the saying, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes, it'll change. This year, we've seen some very cold temperatures. And those cold temperatures have dropped as low as, I saw one without wind chill up in some of our higher elevations, dropped as low as -40, -50 degrees. Now, doing some research online to see what is the ability of a heat pump to keep up with those cold temperatures, we found some research that indicated, you know what, technology actually has improved a little bit. A heat pump, modern heat pump, generally will work down to about -10, -13, maybe -15 degrees. And in most states, that would probably be good enough. But this isn't most states. This is Colorado. We have those high elevations. We have those mountains that attract people to our state. And in those higher elevations, in those mountainous areas where you're getting negative 40, negative 50 degree temperatures, you have to ask yourself, is this heat pump that even with modern technology maybe runs down to negative 15 degrees, is this heat pump going to be sufficient to keep these communities in these cold areas, these high elevations, warm? And if that heat pump can't keep these communities warm, if that heat pump can't keep that home above that magical 68 degrees Fahrenheit, then we run the risk of creating a health crisis in which folks are installing options that work 90, 95% of the time. But when you get those extreme low temperatures that we get in Colorado, that option may not be sufficient to heat their home to an adequate degree. And so for these folks, I want to make sure that we're taking care of them, that we're taking care of our elderly folks, that we're taking care of our medically disadvantaged folks, and that in our rush toward renewable energy, we're not leaving folks behind. And my concern is without this amendment, without this provision that ensures that folks can go from an electric option back to a gas option, we will be leaving people behind. We will be leaving folks in the high altitudes and the high elevations behind. We will be leaving folks behind in the extreme cold. And even if it works, 95% of the time, 98% of the time, 99% of the time, we run the risk by the government picking winners and losers, by the government not having parity in these home warranties, we run the risk of jeopardizing some of the most vulnerable members in our community who have to contend with these negative 40 degree temperatures when even modern technology and a heat pump might not be able to keep up with that. And so that's something that I would like this body to consider. Are we picking not only winners and losers in these home warranties and in the industries that provide these appliances? Are we picking winners and losers in our society? Are we furthering that divide between the haves and the have-nots? Those who can afford a $20,000 heat pump, or those who would just like to replace their furnace for 1/4 of that price? And I believe we do a great injustice to those people if we do not establish the parity that is promoted in this amendment. Because at the end of the day, a heat pump is substantially more costly than a boiler, than a gas-fired furnace. And so we need to remember those folks who may not be able to heat their homes, to heat their business, to heat the essential living spaces of their life adequately unless they have the equality and the parity that's provided by this amendment. And so with that in mind, I would ask you to strongly consider supporting equity for the most vulnerable folks in our society. Remember those people who struggle when the temperature gets below that 68 degrees. Remember that that is actually a legal limit that empowers the government to step into a living space and say this living space is not adequate for the health and the safety of the people herein. And so for these reasons, I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to do this because I like to. The surest way to learn the value of ancient wisdom is to forget it. This whole plan, this whole issue is premised on the idea that we need to decarbonize, which has virtually become a religion in this country and in this body and is completely unfounded scientifically. The heat energy, as I've stated before, from the total of U.S. carbon hydrocarbon conversion is less than 1 part in 10,000. Now, do I have any problem with having an electric appliance? No. But coming from a family where my dad dealt with this stuff all the time because he was in electric and gas, I know that the most expensive option, the most inefficient option, is going with electrical. Now, it was pointed out in committee that if you lose your furnace, if you have electric go out, your furnace goes out because your furnace runs on electric, and that is true. But there's a big difference in running a generator that has to run the squirrel cage in your furnace and running a generator that has to run the squirrel cage, the hot water heater, and the heating element in your furnace. That has to run all those things. At the altitudes that we're at, we're not even talking about high Colorado altitudes, we're just talking about normal Colorado altitudes, and your generator output is already decreased by about 20%. If everybody has an electrical appliance, and we encourage everybody to go on an electrical appliance, then what we have is you have a grid that is automatically overloaded by the time that you even, and then what you do is you knock it offline again. If everybody's house is frozen, then knock it off. So a small generator can run that. Because just like the atmosphere doesn't trap heat, your house doesn't trap heat. And the atmosphere traps a lot less heat than your house. If you lose your furnace, that turns into freezing pipes, or possibly death of whoever lives there. Is that an issue? Well, in 1859, there was a solar flare that knocked out all of the power in the United States. They ran the telegraph lines on the power of the aura in the atmosphere. We're worried about storms at this point. We have to worry about solar flares. They do happen on occasion. They happen all the time. We're fortunate to usually miss them. We also have the example of the balloons going over recently, and the possibility of EMPs, electromagnetic pulses that would knock out these things. We don't have the grid to support an all-electric industry. You don't have the grid to put all of your eggs in that one basket. We have gas. As Representative Evans already discussed, it is the most energy efficient means because it does not incur a 25% loss in conversion in transportation. Electrical is just more expensive. Still, despite the fact that we've limited our natural gas production, because we have this idea that it's a fossil fuel. If it's a fossil, it's a remnant or a trace of an organism of past geological age, such as a skeleton or a leaf imprint, embedded or preserved. So right off the bat, this doesn't even meet that concern. Our hydrocarbon reserves are not remnants. They're the mass of vegetation that was buried en masse, entombed, long time ago, and in fact, in recent years, our known reserves have gone up by 6.2 billion barrels. While our crude oil use has decreased. We saw the largest net increase in proved reserves in 2021, 1.9 billion barrels, 12%. New Mexico is the second largest increase proved reserves of crude oil, and least by 1.2 billion barrels, 31%. The largest net decrease reported in Oklahoma was minus 19 barrels. The 12-month first-day average spot price for Western crude oil increased by 67%. On natural gas, our proved reserves increased by 152.1 trillion cubic feet. Now, all this natural gas, whether we convert it into power or not, is going to come up through the crust, and it does leak into the atmosphere, where it's broken down by bacteria It releases the exact same amount of heat energy, and we get absolutely nothing out of it. Because well, all it does is it breaks down into carbon dioxide and water. So the hydrocarbon conversion that you're all worried about is going to happen anyways. They used to have oil slicks out on the oceans. They used to have natural gas, it still does, comes up through the seams. It's a continuing problem. And we can either use that for energy production, or we can let it go to waste. And right now, the decarbonizing religion, which is doing absolutely nothing to help save the climate, doing absolutely nothing to save the environment, it's only making things more expensive. And of course, the more expensive, the people that are more impacted by the expense of this are your lower income constituents. We heard from them. They talk about the way things are going, and they look at you and they plead for relief, and the only relief that we offer them is to give them money from the government. You're driving up the costs by this. This is just one more example. This goes along the lines of the bus ozone bill, the Bozone bill, where we're subsidizing busing at $2 per passenger mile. I'm fine with electrification, but not the reason that we're driving electrification. And people don't understand the cost of the electrification that we're pushing them into because we're giving them an ideological argument instead of one that is fact-based. I recommend an aye vote on this because for all those reasons, in addition to the fact that it is not the government's place to pick winners and losers, especially not of winners and losers based on an ideological agenda. I request an aye vote on this measure, on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple things. Let's look at the bill here. In specific, it says on the summary, the bill requires that.
Representative Hartsook?
Yes, ma'am.
I need you to talk to the amendment right now. We're not on to the bill. Yes, thank you.
So on the amendment to this bill, it's talking about swapping out for electric, and we're talking about proposing gas, too, to make it equal. What do you think this is going to do without this amendment to the supply chain? Every one of us knows there's a massive supply chain issue that's going on right now. There's so many things that we cannot get to fix in our homes. If we don't give this as an option that allows gas appliances to be used, then we are dumping onto the market a demand of nothing but electric appliances, which the market can't even keep current with the building that's going on. We need to have an option out there. We need to have gas appliances as part of that option. Aside from being for clean energy and all the motions that have been mentioned earlier, without the gas to do this, you are eliminating half of what is available out there to heat our homes, heat the hot water, cook on the stoves, use in the dryers. We must use gas along with electricity to supply our energy needs and our heating needs in our homes. This amendment offers both. The bill is offering electricity, the bill is offering gas. Therefore, you have the two options. The consumer then is the one that decides in the driver's seat. Do they want gas? Do they want electricity? The consumer then can look out and figure out what's most cost effective for their budget. What is the most efficient way to heat their homes? What can they do to meet the demands in their environment? If we limit it to one, then we are forcing every consumer into a single way of option with no choice. This amendment gives them that choice, with one way being electricity and one way being gas. Therefore, I would highly encourage you to vote aye on this amendment that gives them the alternative to use gas and electricity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I really appreciate, Madam Chair, is we're actually trying to make some sausage now, and the sausage machine is turning. I think that's what representative government really is. We sit here and kind of stand across a chasm and a divide, and we don't want to close that chasm or close that
Representative
divide.
Holtorf, I'm going to direct
Yes,
you
ma'am.
to the amendment, please.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership. I do oftentimes get a little lost, as they say. This particular amendment talks about making it a level playing field, electric to gas or gas to electric. Because I've pointed out earlier the importance of having options. But here's why it's really important, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, that we find compromise, that we listen to other sides of the issue when an amendment is brought forth, that we actually sincerely discuss and debate and try to understand the merits of the amendment. It's not so much about are we effective communicators or did we communicate ahead of time, because oftentimes good ideas come right on this House floor. I believe in the legal world they call it discovery. And good discovery is an amazing thing. Depending on which side of the issue you are, it might even help your case. So this amendment offers parity. So it's a level playing field. But here's what I'm also going to tell you with respect to why this amendment is so important to my colleagues. You see, when we push and push and push this renewable energy agenda on the entire state of Colorado, a population of near 6 million people, then we are going to push and push and push on consumer sentiment, and consumers are going to react to that, be it through legislation, be it through marketing, be it through ideology, be it through whatever means, or a combination of all those things. But when you increase the demand for renewables and electric, the price is going to go up. Now, I don't want to talk about price because actually this amendment would help with the price problem we have in Colorado right now. We all know that our electric bills and our consumers are clamoring for lower electric bills because they're higher than ever. How do we help them? Well, one thing we do is offer amendments that allow for options for the consumer so they may be less dependent on electricity and more dependent on another energy resource. Maybe it's liquid propane. Who in the chamber can tell me what liquid propane costs right now in the state of Colorado? I know the price in eastern Colorado. Madam Chair, not 10 years ago, the price of liquid propane was under $1 a gallon. But as many, many energy prices continue to go up, including electricity, higher than ever now, with consumers wondering if they can even pay their full electric bill, or their gas bill, and all the other bills, this particular amendment will allow for consumer choice and options. So you have this warranty. It goes for electric, or it goes for gas, or both. Seems like not a very controversial amendment, and it shouldn't be. But here we are, vigorously debating and discussing this particular amendment on this particular bill, which really goes back to consumer choice. But if you increase more demand on electricity through more electric everything, then the price is going to go up. For those of us that took economics in either high school, college, or graduate school, you know what the supply and demand curve looks like. And you know what it does to the price point. Now, the question you ask yourself from way back in those college days, was that the horizontal or the vertical axis? Specifically, the price point. Which one was that? But we know what happens. This bill is trying to help the consumer. This is a consumer-friendly amendment for Colorado. Do people understand that in this chamber? Or are we going to stand on our ideological beliefs and say, green, 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 go all green,
To
go
the
all
amendment.
electric? Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't
You're welcome,
recognize
Madam
that was-
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. My apologies. This particular amendment should be an easy sell. In fact, I don't know why we haven't passed it already, except that I was told that of the portfolio of amendments that we brought forward, they didn't appear to be very favorable to anybody. But I know they were well thought out. And I know that they're important. And I know that there should be more consideration for amendments in this chamber on second reading across the board. And I can't overstate that point.
If you would please keep it to this amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have problems with pronouns sometimes. I apologize for that. Sometimes there's too many of them to remember. But with respect to this particular amendment, look what it says. It's just asking for the consideration for gas, the same as the bill asks for electricity. What's the harm in that? Clean burning, available natural gas that is in abundance here in Colorado. In fact, our natural gas resource is in such abundance, the price of natural gas in Colorado is lower than, I believe, somebody challenged me on this, any other western state. And the reason for that is, going back to simple economics, is supply and demand. The demand is very high, but we don't have the supply throughput to get it out of our state. So we have an abundance of supply of natural gas, and we can't get it to those markets that need it. Now, I know this is a bit beyond this particular bill, but for those people that are promoting green energy, you might want to think about the resource that Colorado has that's readily available, that rural Colorado needs for its own existence and survival. And this particular amendment, Mr. Chair, allows for that equal consideration that the bill sponsors want to promote for electrical. I will tell you, Mr. Chair, that oftentimes people don't understand, but I would like to welcome everybody in this chamber who doesn't believe my words to come to Eastern Colorado and join me before our next major snowstorm and find out what it's like to be 25, 30 miles from anything or anybody. Your nearest neighbor is 5 miles away, and if the electrical grid drops, what do you do? Well, Mr. Chair, what we do is we go get our John Deere 4430 tractor. We hook it up to a little generator, 75 kW, 7,500 kW, kilowatts of output, and we have to hook it up to our pole, our meter pole, right where the transformer is, and we have to hot wire it in and turn on our tractor. Guess what that tractor runs on? It's not electricity. It runs on diesel fuel. Diesel fuel is a mainstay energy source for agriculture, okay, all over the world. And then we have to take the switch and change it, otherwise we will backfeed electricity into the grid, which is dangerous for the electrical technicians that are working for the electric companies. And then we have a chance to provide electricity to our ranch, farm, and small feed yard. so we can continue to provide food and water to our livestock and to the inhabitants on our ranch, and provide heat to my doting mother of near 88 years old. Because if we don't have energy, not only do we not have heat for our homes, we don't have water. Now, we know that there's many generators out there that run on liquid propane, that run on diesel, that run on other energy sources, that are all traditional energy sources. And it's very important that we have that supplemental power. Electricity is not the answer. This helps us have parity. This amendment helps us have parity with respect to gas versus energy. Now I know what the bill sponsors are saying. Heaven forbid. This isn't about supporting gas or natural gas or any other traditional energy source. This is about moving towards the Valhalla of electrical energy, the utopia of all green, where everything is good and it's all green. One more step in the consumer arena under warranties for going green. Now, green has a place in society and has for decades. I will tell you that farmers have been green for centuries, but I'm not going to go into that now, and I'm going to pass this off to my esteemed colleague. But we can pick that conversation up later.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm proud to report we've had some good dialogue on this issue, and as a result of that dialogue, I move to withdraw Amendment L004 and substitute Amendment L007.
Amendment L004 will be withdrawn. Would you like to move another amendment?
Yes, I would like to move L007. Thank you.
L007 has been moved and is properly displayed to Amendment L007.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what Amendment L007 does is it modifies the legislative declaration and provides more parity in the verbiage of that declaration by stating that this bill will simply allow homeowners to replace gas appliances with electric appliances. Again, this accomplishes that parity objective that we've been discussing, and I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L007.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment L007 passes. To the bill. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1134. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1134 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1165.
House Bill 1165 by Representative Amabile, also Senators Roberts and Jaquez Lewis, concerning the authority of a Board of County Commissioners to prohibit discharge of firearms in unincorporated areas of a county.
Representative Amabile.
Hi, everybody. So I would like to move the committee report for House Bill 1165.
To the committee report.
In the committee, we ran one amendment that changed the density requirement from 30 homes per mile to 35. I asked for an aye vote.
Any discussion on the committee report? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask to move Amendment L004 and ask that it be displayed on the screen. Oh,
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to move House Bill 1165 and the committee report.
Thank you. To the committee report. And now we are to Amendment L004. And Amendment L004 has been properly displayed. Representative Wilson, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill was clearly dedicated towards certain subdivisions. The area covered by these subdivisions could be minimized. This makes it more clear that we're favoring subdivisions, large lot subdivisions in this bill. So I ask that L004, a yes vote for L004.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we're trying to solve my community in Clear Creek County, and this would not help them. And the point here is to help communities that are struggling with being in a relatively high-density area and not being able to regulate this activity. So I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L004 fails. To the committee report. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the committee, we changed the density from 30 to 35, and I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill, it's very short, although it turns out not very simple. What it does is it allows counties to regulate discharge of firearms on private property in places where the density reaches this 35 homes per mile limit. And the reason for the bill is that many communities in unincorporated parts of the county have an activity going on that is unsafe for the residents. So just like if you live in Denver, or if you live in Boulder, or Colorado Springs, or Lakewood, or Arvada, you can't discharge a firearm in your backyard. You're just not allowed to do that. And so some counties would like to be able to do that in some dense neighborhoods. And this bill will allow them to do that if their constituents want to. And in order to do it, they will have to hold public hearings, and they will have to take input from their residents. I don't expect that very many counties will use this bill. But for the counties who brought it to me and who want to do this, they will be able to. And the counties that I represent, Boulder, Clear Creek, Gilpin, and Larimer, are all in support of this bill. I also talked to the County Sheriff's Association. They also like the bill because, and when I say like, I don't want to exaggerate, they're also neutral on the bill because it gives them clarity around what they're trying to enforce. So if in a mythical neighborhood called Heavenly Valley, we say you can't discharge a firearm just like you can't in Boulder or Grand Junction, then they will know if somebody's doing that they can go and tell them, hey, you can't do that. That's not allowed here. And right now they don't have that kind of clarity. And for that reason, I think they are not opposing the bill. So I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1165. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's still an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, we heard this in transportation, local government, and housing last week. I don't know if it's turned on. What's the matter? Can you hear me now? Well, the lady over here told me to stand away from it. Anyway, we heard this bill in committee last week, and I've probably gotten more emails on this bill than any other bill that we've heard so far in this session. People are panicked out there in rural Colorado, particularly. Even in my frontier counties, people are concerned that they're not going to be able to shoot a gun in their backyard, so to speak, and that term right there seems to bother me. I don't think these folks are talking about shooting in their backyard. I think they're talking about going hunting in Montrose County, which is good hunting for waterfowl and for deer, etc. You can hear from my neck of the woods, right where I live, people shooting a gun. Not every day. It's not, it's not something that would bother either you or me. But the idea that people that are moving into rural Colorado can decide that, wait a minute, I don't feel comfortable hearing that. This is a bill that's really based on what I'm not comfortable with. The other idea is that folks, and the good representative from Boulder, she is trying to represent her people. But this is one or two neighborhoods that brought the idea to her. Maybe in their part of the county, maybe in their part of the state, that would be something that might work. But statewide, this is a concern to me and to my constituents that when we get enough folks that move in from the city or from another state, they decide, well, I love it here, I really want to live here, but all of a sudden now I live here, I want to change it to the way it was where I moved from. The right to farm is one of those things. The right to shoot off a shotgun or to target practice. And in my communities, there are a number of people who have target ranges on their property. So would we stop that? The question still lingers. If there's enough folks in the community and they either petition their county commissioners or they take it to the county commissioners decide to call a public meeting, the people that are going to be against this probably don't outnumber the people that live there. So are we going to be doing county-wide policy on neighborhood-to-neighborhood basis? This bill would allow that. What if you happen to live in one of those and you're right at the edge? There are way too many questions on this bill to answer, particularly in the hearing. There is a concern that it's okay to own a gun, but it's just not okay to shoot it. There's an argument about the 2A, Second Amendment on that. From my point of view, being a rural legislator, and that's all I've ever been, is somebody from out in the country, there are a lot of freedoms that we have that you folks that live in town never have had. Being able to sight in a rifle out in the county is something that a lot of people do, and not necessarily in a shooting range. A lot of us own enough property that hunting is a big deal. In fact, a lot of my constituents are paid for the right to hunt on their places, whether it be waterfowl or pheasant or those kind of things, or big game, deer particularly. And we also have game damage hunting, that there is so much wildlife that the Olathe sweet corn that I'm hoping you're buying is damaged by the number of deer that live in that district. Hunting licenses are granted for that. They're granted to me, the landowner, and I can hand them out to people that ask to hunt there. So what happens in a county that has that kind of background? Now in Montrose, there are places that have more than 70 or more than 35 people in a square mile. But we haven't had any of these kind of complaints, particularly in Montrose and Delta and the counties that I represent. Maybe it's because of access to more open space, more public land, maybe some of those kind of things. But when we start passing laws for statewide implementation, we need to think about everybody that's going to be subject to that law. One of the things that happened with this bill is it came forward so rapidly that Colorado Counties, Inc. did not get an opportunity to even take a look at it or to vote. And they're the people who are going to be impacted by this piece of legislation. So since I'm an elected representative, I usually talk to those kind of people in regards to things that are going to happen countywide, statewide. And they take a position, they let me know their position, and I'm able to make up my decision from some of the input that I get from those folks. The problem with this bill is the only people that came forward to testify were the people from those two neighborhoods that feel like they're really worried about how they feel. From some of the testimony, I can understand. But statewide, in Akron, Colorado, in Sterling, Colorado, in Montrose, in Delta, in Cortez, the communities that I represent and that are like the communities that I represent, this bill goes too far. It's saying that urban considerations should be superimposed upon counties. And particularly if someone has gone about trying to make themselves a safe hunter and a safe gun owner and has created the berms and the things necessary to protect anyone from an errant bullet. There's no consideration for that in this bill. I've gotten numerous emails from people that have done that very thing. And they're concerned that they're not going to be able to use their own target practice, their own target range on their own property because someone in the neighborhood doesn't feel safe. I appreciate the good representative taking the time to bring forth something from her constituents. But I wonder about the stakeholding on this. Did we talk to rural Colorado? Did we talk to people that live out on 35, 40, 50, 500, 1,000 acres of ground that could be impacted? It says in the bill that we're only going to do 35 houses per mile, square mile. But the same kind of things have happened when it comes to the right to farm. Someone doesn't like the dust that I make, or they don't feel safe because I'm out there at 2 o'clock in the morning baling hay. They want to change things where they moved to so it's more like where they moved from. And Colorado is about wide open spaces. And I've got numerous emails from people in urban Colorado asking me to be against this bill because the right they have to go out in their counties and, maybe target practice. So take their 10-year-old kid out on how to shoot, how to be a safe hunter. I've done that with my kids. So I think this one is too overarching. Hopefully we can maybe be able to amend some of the things that are concerning to the people that have contacted me. But I've gotten hundreds of emails on this bill. And I think maybe some of you have too. But let's slow down a little bit. Think about how does this impact Colorado as a whole, rather than some places that have urbanized to the point that they're now very close neighbors. Because we all don't live next door. Next door to me is over a quarter of a mile away, all directions. Pretty much, if you drive up my yard, you're either lost or you're looking for me. So it kind of whittles it down as to who's driving up in my yard. But these are the kind of things that we as legislators in the state of Colorado need to be thinking about is what will it do out where I'm not familiar. This is the building headquarters of unintended consequences. Because a lot of things that we do have unintended consequences, and then we have to come back and deal with them again in another session. This is one I would ask you to slow down. Let's think about this. Let's have the conversation, and let's see what we might be able to do that would satisfy the constituents from the Front Range and would help alleviate the concerns of my constituents in rural Colorado on the western slope. Thank you.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to my colleague. In some ways, I feel you've made the point, which is this bill is about local control. It is about rural Colorado being able to do something different than the Front Range. It is about allowing different counties to have different rules to protect their citizens in different ways. But to that end, and to some of the points that my esteemed colleague made, I would like to offer Amendment L015, and I ask that it be, I'd like to move Amendment L015 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L015 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please continue, Representative Amabile.
Thank you. So the amendment does a few things. One, it clarifies the Department of Natural Resources has a definition for a shooting range, and this aligns this with that, just so long as it's normal and lawful. And it also says that you can hunt on your private property, you can manage your livestock, and you can manage wildlife on your own private property. And then it just clarifies liability for the state in the management of wildlife. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L015? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make sure I get my pronouns right, Madam Chair, and we will talk to the amendment. The first thing I want to say is thank you. Because what this does, it takes one step, and there may be some more steps needed, but it takes the first step towards helping us bridge our division between the rural and urban folks. Now, this particular amendment hits home for me because this weekend I went home, and I know you guys have to listen to another story, but it's so important to this amendment. This weekend I went home to Buffalo Springs Ranch, and we started calving. That means the baby calves are coming.
Representative Holtorf, I'm
Yes,
going
ma'am.
to direct you back to the amendment.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm going to tie this together. You've got to give me a little bit of time, though, to do that. We start calving the first week of March, but oftentimes calves come early. They're called premature calves, and they typically come, just like with women, they can be born early, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And when they are born early, if it's not too early, they can still live. But this weekend, I came home to the ranch, and my crew, and we had calves on the ground. But guess what also we had? They're called predators. They're called apex predators. It's the wolf and the coyote. So, it just so happened on Saturday, 2 baby calves hit the ground. 2 mamas were mothering their babies, loving on them, and life was beginning. But on Saturday afternoon, a coyote came in and killed one of my baby calves, or rather the mama's baby. Now, I'm not going to talk about that or show you pictures because I could and I have the pictures. But this particular amendment addresses what we did on Buffalo Springs Ranch. Because I will tell you right now, the coyote that killed that baby is dead. It needed to die because it killed something that's precious and small and was without ability to protect itself. And the poor mother couldn't keep that coyote off of her baby. obviously, or the calf would still be alive. And these are new mothers, so if you know anything about the cattle business, you have a first calf heifer, which is like a teenager. They don't know about mothering. They don't know how to take care of their baby. They're new. They're new mothers.
Representative Holtorf, I'm
Yes,
giving you
ma'am.
some wide latitude here.
Thank you, ma'am, and I do appreciate your leadership in guiding me back to the amendment. So what I want to point out here is this actually allows us, and what we did on the ranch this weekend, if the county would have actually adopted this, which I know my rural county would never do, ever in a million years, but if they would have adopted some kind of policy and said you couldn't shoot on your private property and have a retort from a firearm, which is usually a supersonic retort that's heard for many, many large distances. In the open range, it's even larger because nothing can suppress those sound waves. If you've been out to eastern Colorado, you know what I'm talking about. But this actually right here allows for lawful hunting and engaging in livestock management. And predatory eradication, ladies and gentlemen, is livestock management. Because we can't have our babies savagely murdered by predators. Their throats ripped out, their stomachs ripped out, their legs chewed off. You can only imagine. But my cousins from the city don't understand this, the life and death out there every day. But this amendment, madam, actually gives us some consideration. Now, I didn't read Part F, so that would fall under DPW, I believe. And I haven't looked at the strike through 14 and 17, but I'll let people that are closer to this, that heard this in committee, speak to that. But I will tell you, thank you to the bill sponsor for taking one important step forward to cross the rural-urban divide. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I also rise in support of this amendment. I appreciate that the sponsor addressed a couple of concerns that we raised earlier, which was if you do have an existing shooting area, would it be covered? Because I was really troubled by the permit and licensing language that had originally been included, and it's nice to be able to see that struck out. Also, hunting activity. There's some amazing hunting lands throughout Colorado. River bottom land for waterfowl hunting, great hunting in the high country for deer and elk and other game. And it's important that we don't get those areas caught up in this particular bill, and ensuring that our hunters are able to continue to hunt, and that if there is a pre-existing shooting range or an area that's been designated as such, even by historical use, that it can continue as such. So I'm very appreciative of that language. And then also to talk to what my good colleague from the Eastern Plains talked about, which is being able to defend your property or livestock from wild animals, and the ability to engage in shooting them when you need to. I was just talking to another one of my colleagues over here. It does add belts and suspenders, but it's important that we send a message to rural Colorado that you can still protect your livestock. And that's also what this amendment does. So I'm in full support of this amendment. Still have other issues with the bill, but like the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess before we get too far down the road, we have a typo in this amendment, so I would actually like to withdraw L015.
Amendment L015 will be withdrawn.
And then I would like to move L016. Do I need to have it displayed again and have that displayed? So we just had the wrong citation.
One moment, Representative, while we have that amendment displayed.
Okay.
Amendment L016 has been properly displayed. Representative Amable.
Yes. Thank you. So we just had the wrong citation where it says on line 9 or line 10, we had the wrong thing. We had 33.3.107, and it was supposed to be 33.6.107, and this is specifically to do with the predators. So I asked for an aye vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As much as I appreciate this amendment, it is very ineffective, such as the bill is also. So you're saying that if I sit on my property and I have a deer tag, I can shoot all day if I want to, and I'm just a bad shot at a deer. You're also saying that if I have livestock, I can shoot all day and claim that it is part of my livestock management. So, like this bill itself, it is completely unenforceable. There is no way to enforce the bill, this amendment, or anything along these lines, because there's just no way to enforce it. You can come out to my property and say, hey, your neighbor complained that they heard rounds going off. I can say there was a mountain lion on my property. Story's over. You can't do anything about it. And my goats, I have a friend who raises goats. One of those goats gets sick. He can shoot it. He can shoot his goat if he needs to. He can shoot an animal attacking his goat. He can do that all day. So this, again, like the bill, makes it completely unenforceable and a useless law. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L016? Representative Amabile.
Yes, I just would ask for a yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf, you barely made it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the story of my life. But thank you for the consideration. I understand that my colleagues have serious issues with the bill. And I, like my good colleague from the Southwest Colorado said, we have received an enormous amount of attention and emails and phone calls about this particular bill. But this amendment, I think, is important, and it has some merit. So before it's just discarded or disqualified, let's really think about some things. And once again, Madam Chair, and please give me a little bit of privilege, I have to go back to what happened at Buffalo Springs Ranch this weekend. We have to go back to this experience because it's relevant to this amendment, Madam Chair. And I know you're questioning my judgment. I know you are. But I will point out, if you allow me, how. You see, on Saturday afternoon, when that coyote, which was quite large and aggressive, and a male, and many years old, identified his target of opportunity and took out that baby, because they were live in the morning, they were alive at noon. It was on the third check that we found that we were at the scene of the crime. And not one, but two coyotes left the scene of the crime. Because you see, they work together and they teach each other. A lot of people think they're just autonomous creatures that work alone. That's not true. But in this particular case, we knew that that Big Daddy coyote was going to be a continuous threat. I had to tell my ranch hands, the other baby that's there, if we don't put it in the cow barn, it will be dead in the morning.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
I've given you latitude, and I need you to tie it back to the amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. But here's how it gets tied back, now that I've painted this picture. I had to, all night long, every 2 to 3 hours, discharge my firearm all night long, because we hadn't got those mama cows into the corral close to the barn, the shop, and my mother's house where she lives. They were on a 60-acre pasture that runs a mile long by a half mile, about a quarter mile wide. And if any of those mamas, and mama cows will go there, they go off and calve alone. They don't want to be with the herd when they have their babies. They drift out and do it all by themselves, away from everybody, because they want their privacy. But here's the problem. If you get too far away from the herd and drop a baby calf, and the coyote threat is there, during the night, they will take advantage and kill that baby. And we hadn't got those cattle in until the next morning. So I knew the only way I could protect, and this is why this important amendment is, I'm in support of it. You got to understand, I got 40 mama cows out there, and I'm worried about every one of them. So every couple, 2 or 3 hours, we were discharging our firearms. I frankly don't care what the neighbors think. Call me selfish, but that's the country. If you don't keep those coyotes on notice, they will come in and continue to do what they do. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's why this ties in. Could you imagine if I lived in some of these counties that brought this bill, and heaven forbid, and I'm trying to protect my cattle, and they get to listen to this all night? I imagine there's a sheriff at the door, or the deputy at the door, 2, 3 in the morning, asking what I'm doing. But let me tell you something, this right here allows me to do what I need to do to make sure that I only lose one baby instead of 4 or 5 that night. And if you don't believe this story, just come out and spend some time with me, because this is real. It's real out there where I live. And it's very challenging. So thank you, bill sponsor, for doing this. I don't think it's enough, but it's one step. And I do thank you for this consideration from the bottom of my heart, and so do my mama cows. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L016 passes. To the bill. Representative McLaughlin. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get it all the time.
Sorry,
so,
I've been up
so
here
do
for a
all the
while.
other mix. I gotta open this thing. I wanted to come forward in support of this bill because actually I'm on the bill, but you don't see my name on it yet, but I will be, to just clarify that this bill it's a very permissive bill. It will allow counties that choose to, that need to, that are having their residents ask for help, have this tool in their toolbox. Those counties that are not having issues in this space do not have to do anything that they're not already doing. The counties whose county sheriffs are really stuck with no ability to respond to residents that are asking for something to be done are asking for this tool. And counties can choose, it'll be up to them how they apply, whatever it is they apply, to restrict firearm discharge in these more neighborhood parts of their unincorporated county. They can decide to apply this in a very surgical way to that particular area, that particular neighborhood. It will not be a county-wide thing that they do, because that's not, the problem won't be throughout the county. So each county would be able to write the rules and regulations as they see fit. This very much is up to them. And then it will be up to those counties and those county sheriffs to apply any enforcement mechanisms that they see fit to make sure it happens. Right now, the county sheriffs they don't have a tool that they can use, and they're looking for something to help them. So realize that if Clear Creek County, Gilpin County decide to do this, they will be able to look at their county and decide where it needs to be done, and they can't do it on their own either. They're going to have citizen input. They're not going to be able to do this just behind closed doors without citizen input. So it's really important to recognize that this will be in partnership with those communities to decide if they want to move forward with this tool that we at the General Assembly want to give them the ability to use.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Folks, I kind of want to get back on the topic of rural Colorado. One thing that was said during testimony it was brought up in the very beginning is with everything that's going on in the city, people are moving out to rural Colorado where it's peaceful and where it's quiet. But that's the whole crux of this, is people are moving to rural Colorado, and then they are changing the way they want us to live our lives, our heritage, and what we've been doing for hundreds of years there. There's also some other things that were said in committee, and it speaks to the bill that Rep. Wilson was talking about earlier, being unenforceable. One of the examples given is there's brass on the road. Somebody was walking their dog and they found a pile of brass on the road. Well, there's already a law that outlaws you from shooting from a county road. They brought up the noise issue. The thing about the noise issue is that goes back to talking about the rural Colorado issue. To hear gunshots in rural Colorado is nothing. I was home yesterday and we were unloading a gun safe, to be honest, and people were out hunting. So in rural Colorado, that's nothing new, whether it be for any of the reasons in the previous amendment. Another thing that was brought up is people are using bump stocks and fully automatic firearms. Well, bump stocks were outlawed in March of 2019, and to own a fully automatic firearm, you have to have a Class 3 FFL, which is also illegal. That's something else that can be enforced by current law that we have. Then they were talking about the 1/3 acre lot. Same thing, that's also an enforceable law. Then the big crux with this is bullets could be leaving your property and going onto somebody else's property. You're still liable for that bullet under law if it leaves your property and goes to somebody else's. So the testimony that was had and the things that people were saying, they were speaking to laws that are already on the books. They're unenforceable. So I asked one of the witnesses, so when they were shooting their fully automatic weapons and their bump stocks, did you call the sheriff? Yeah, I called the sheriff, and by the time they got there, the guns were put away and there's nothing the sheriff could do, which harkens back to what Rep. Wilson said. Well, we heard a gunshot and the sheriff shows up and you say, well, I took 5 or 6 shots at a coyote that was trying to eat my chicken. Once again, the sheriff's gonna have to pack his things up and he's gonna have to leave. I received tons of emails too, and the issue that my constituents have with this bill is a lot of bills that come out of here is they look at this as a first step bill, a first strike on the Second Amendment. That this bill is being said, oh, it'll only affect a couple counties. But what point will it affecting all the counties? At what point will this be taking as a mechanism to put constraints on the Second Amendment? In my opinion, banning private property does nothing to promote public safety. This is going to stop people from being able to practice in their backyards and on their property, and it's going to cost these people money in the long run. And the whole thing about local control was brought up. I believe in local control, but not when it goes directly against your unalienable God-given rights of the Second Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, and the 14th Amendment. And if we really want to bridge this divide that's happening, please listen to our voices, because this is something in our district. We talk about this, we're here to represent our constituents. The amount of emails that came in was very overwhelming. And people in rural Colorado are afraid that once again, that a bill with supposed good intentions in the future is going to be used against them in this political game. So I ask you, please take the emails that we're talking about to heart and look at where some of these people are coming from in my district and how they think that this could hurt them. So, all I ask you is seriously, think about all the things that I outlined, all the unenforceable laws that are already on the books. And is this bill really going to solve those unenforceable laws? Are we just going to be creating law that can't be enforced again just so we can put a bill on the books? And I do have an issue with, a couple counties making enough noise that they're going to pass a bill that could really affect all of Colorado, especially rural Colorado. So as you're thinking about voting for these bills, please think about the unintended consequences that go along with them. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to discuss something we've all been concerned with and we've all been working on, and that's diversity, equity, and inclusion. This bill is specifically designed for one class, an upper class, that live in large lot properties in resort area of the mountains so that they don't have to hear gunshots. That was the only complaint. That was the only thing the witnesses could point to, is they didn't like the sound. While people here in Denver And just by my apartment last week, somebody was shot. Not a sound I like. But these people are referring to they admit nobody's been hurt, nobody's been in danger, that they don't like the sound. So this is a bill that is just going to address the upper class in two counties. Of 64 counties, not a single sheriff showed up to testify in favor of this bill. In fact, one of the county commissioners that did testify also testified that he couldn't enforce the current laws, let alone a new law. So, this is not about local control. This is about the upper class getting an extra law to protect them for what they want. I ask you for a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Yes, when you go late, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Most everything has been said, but I would like to reinforce what Representative Catlin said. This bill came about so very quickly that I found myself during the actual testimonies texting back and forth with our county commissioners. And the first response I got was, Rick, I have no idea what you're talking about, which says CCI did not even know about this bill. As the conversation continued on, the response was, we have all the tools right now to be able to address the issue of a more condensed area with 1/3 of an acre. The tools already exist. Why are you going a step further? And last but not least, I just want to call your attention to some math. 1 square mile is approximately 640 acres. If you divide that by 35 dwelling units, that means people that have 18-acre plots of land are now restricted. That's just not reasonable under any stretch of the imagination. And the request was from people that lived on either 1/4 of an acre or 1/3 of an acre. So I ask, what are we trying to do here?
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Folks, we heard this bill in committee, and the testimony was actually broad. It wasn't limited to people objecting to sounds of gunshots. In fact, we heard from veterans, gun owners. Almost all of the witness testimony, or a large portion of the folks in favor, were law-abiding gun owners. And I also want to remind folks, this bill does not restrict a single thing. It allows county commissioners to put in place, and obviously in some counties, it will never happen, and we've heard that from folks today, and that's true. But in some counties, there is a need to match the density we have in unincorporated portions of our counties, density that rivals towns. There isn't a town or a city in Colorado where you can shoot your firearm when you have a next-door neighbor close by. So this allows unincorporated parts of counties to mirror the towns and cities in their counties. That's all it does. It's permissive. And it came about because folks were genuinely fearful for their safety. They found shell casings, they heard automatic weapons, and there is a genuine safety issue, and this permits your county to take action if the citizens want it. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is always an honor to serve with you.
Always an honor to serve with you.
Representative Taggart is correct. I was a county commissioner for 12 years in Arapahoe County, and believe me, we have all the tools in the toolbox to deal with the issues that you're trying to solve with this bill. But you're creating a bigger problem. It's great to come out and want to try to represent your own community and solve a problem, but you're going to create another problem in my communities. And let me tell you how. Many of these corridors that we have unincorporated towns on are split between counties. My community of Strasburg, Colorado, an unincorporated community, if you walk across one side of Main Street to the north, you're in Adams County. The south side of the street, you're in Arapahoe. And I know that you folks that have been in this chamber for a while remember my rants, because I like to rant when you gave the counties the ability to regulate fireworks. That created a tremendous issue in my communities. And now I have a much bigger district. And now you're coming in and you're going to create a huge disparity between the I-70 corridor in Adams County and Arapahoe County. You go to Elbert County and Douglas County. It takes one of the counties and you create complete frustration and with our constituents, because they don't understand why somebody across the road is able to shoot their gun, to do hunting, to do the things that they're doing, and they can't in their particular community because their county outlawed it. Also, if you look out how they divide up properties, the most recent amendment I think I seen to this bill was that it involves 18-acre parcels. Well, what do they do when landowners want to divide up their land? They take these long, narrow parcels of land, and they could be 19-acre parcels, but they're all together in a community. So what I'm trying to explain, one size doesn't fit all. And I commend any representative that comes down here and wants to represent their community, but they don't have any right to create further problems in the communities that I serve. So folks, please step back, take a breath. There's ways to already address these issues. This law is unnecessary, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Hartsick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My district represents the northeastern portion of Douglas County, which is adjacent to Arapahoe County, where Aurora comes into. And then on the eastern portion is Elbert County. We call it the Tri-County region. Some of the ranches there on the Elbert County side and on my Douglas County side are on 35 acres. They run cattle, they run horses. And then to the immediate north of my district is the densely populated area of Aurora. There's actually a little sliver of Aurora that comes into Douglas County. We're talking about a bill where county commissioners have jurisdiction, proposing to give them jurisdiction, yet how does that solve all of these other issues? We have so many unintended consequences when we start dealing things with a statewide that impacts our counties, it becomes impossible to follow. And as far as machine gun fire goes, the only place I know that that is authorized is at the Fort Carson military installation. Everyone else it is illegal, and that would be the sheriff's responsibility to take care of, not ours up here. They have federal laws for that. We don't need to keep adding more laws to those books. But on these bills, we cannot do something giving county commissioners the authority, when they say they don't like the noise that comes out of Douglas County or Elbert County for living in Arapahoe County and Aurora, to say you can't do that. It's not enforceable. It can't even be applied. I go out for walks in our area and I still hear gunshots. And I live in the unincorporated portion of Parker. You go down 1 mile and you're within the city limits of Parker. How would you possibly enforce something like that? It simply isn't doable. We're asking sheriffs something they cannot do. We're putting laws on the books that they can't enforce. This isn't fair to them. It isn't fair to the population. It's not fair to anyone. Is there a population that doesn't like the noise? Okay, they don't like the noise. I don't like hearing sirens at night. I don't like hearing a lot of noise. We live with it. That's what life is part of. To sit there and say we're going to make a law that gets rid of something because we don't like a noise, we would be legislating everything on God's green earth out of existence, to include half of us sitting here talking today. Because I'm sure there's a great many of us that get tired of listening to everybody else talk. But that's our job. But it is not our job to add more laws to the books that are not enforceable and create a quandary for our law enforcement personnel, our sheriffs, and even our commissioners that are out there. I strongly urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for those who are viewing on the Colorado Channel, you may or may not understand that this bill is actually amending what is already in statute. And so I'd like to ask the bill sponsor, who is presently engaged in conversation, I'd like to ask the question as relates to page 3, section 3, and the construction of the legal language here. I'm concerned because we're stripping very well-known and legally understood defined terms from this provision. And so I'm just wondering what informed the change in language on page 3, section 3, lines 18 through 22. So the lines as initially in statute, as presently in statute, without this bill, say, nothing in this section shall be construed to restrict or otherwise affect any person's constitutional right to bear arms or his right to the defense of his person, his family, or his property. What my concern is on line 20, the constitutional right to bear arms. That phrase is constitutional, right? It's in the U.S. and in the Colorado Constitution, and it comes with a weight to it by definition. And so I'm just trying to understand why we're stripping that particular two words, constitutional right to bear arms. So if somebody could help me understand that, because I understand there is a general constructive guidelines that wants to get rid of pronouns, right? That wants to keep out of our statutes a his and a her. But I do think that there are other ways to construct this so as to preserve the fullness that is of intention that is meant by those words. Because what we're really doing is we're narrowing the conversation. We're narrowing what the constitutional right is from this broad category of bear arms down to own or possess arms or to use. And so I'm just concerned that we actually are doing more than maybe even the bill sponsor intends. So if you could answer, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Representative Amabile.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I think the intent here was to make it more clear that you can own or possess arms, you can use arms in defense of yourself, your family, or your property. And so I think it really was just to clarify, because there's nothing in here that takes away your constitutional right to own, possess, or use a firearm.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I've gotten a lot of emails on this bill as well. And this is one section that I think is definitely worth revisiting and probably merits its own amendment. Just to go back, own and possessing arms is not the same as bearing arms. Bearing arms is to carry, to bear. Now, you can't really use those arms in defense of self, family, or property unless you bear them. So now the definition itself, which is a restriction on our constitutional rights, which is a violation of the Colorado Constitution as a violation of the United States Constitution. So if we're going to be consistent, then that part needs to be changed. Like I said, I've gotten a lot of emails on this bill, and largely it's a matter of trust. And the citizens of Colorado just don't trust you, because they recognize an infringement when they see it, even if it's a very small and seemingly innocuous little turn of phrase, changing the right to bear arms to the right to own or possess arms. You can own or possess arms just like the gun bills that are coming down that allow you to keep your weapons in a safe but never shoot them. That's what this is. This is a small but tactical infringement. and everybody knows it. Everybody knows these little tiny things are going to be coming in. Now, to my esteemed colleague, I would say that these issues can already be solved at the local level. A group can incorporate. The people that are living in these unincorporated areas move to the unincorporated areas for unincorporated reasons. They have rights to property. They signed a contract. They signed a contract that they could live a life the way they wanted to. This bill has been brought largely by the nanny state of Boulder, but this impacts all of Colorado. And you can't, this is a very broad brush. And the people, so a simple solution is for the people from the nanny state of Boulder to stay there and live in the incorporated areas. Don't move out to the incorporated areas, the unincorporated areas, and then expect unincorporated. This gives, who's going to tend to be in government? Well, the people that are going to tend to be in government are those people that want government to solve their problems, and we see that across the state. This repeals the exemption for private property. Well, the Fifth Amendment states pretty specifically that you can't be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. This just repeals the exemption, and you get to do that. This repeals the minimum population density requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, when these people purchased the land, they signed a contract with the United States government, and as we know, the United States government is not really good at keeping its contracts. I would encourage you to stay away from that this bill, I would encourage you to recognize that this bill is unnecessary. This bill is set up to solve a very specific local problem. It's that may or may not be a problem. That's a matter of preference. There are lots of places where you can live next to military ranges and hear guns and sonic booms and all that. Those are great places to live. You can't also just basically legislate based on noise or opinion. What's legal is legal. That it makes a noise, now you can start legislating across the board based on noise. So I would recommend that we vote no on this bill. We encourage the people to solve it locally. We encourage them to live in a location that has the values that they want, that they brought with them when they moved here, and that they don't impose their views on everybody else around them. It's just a matter of decency. That the people want to move to an area and then impose themselves on their neighbors is not exactly a neighborly thing to do. It's something that we've come to expect with the influx, but it doesn't make it right. I recommend and request a vote no on this bill.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I talked to my sheriff about this bill because I wanted to get her opinion on it. And she pointed out to me that current law says that counties have the ability to do this with 100 people. So if you think about the number of houses being 35 and 2.6 people on average per house, and you multiply that, you get 91 people. So really, what we've done is taken it from 100 to 91. It's not that much of a change here. This is not a big, huge difference in what we have already on the books right now. So I don't really see this having a big deal, and my sheriff didn't think there was any real change in what the law is actually going to do. So I don't think this is an unreasonable thing to do. My county commissioners are neutral or on the bill, so I think it's fine. We're not really overstepping anything. It's just a minor reduction.
Representative Winter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I agree with Rep. Titone. We don't need this bill for that reason. I would agree 110%. And then when you look at the 1 square mile, you know, we could be talking about 35 dwellings in one corner of that square mile, and an individual could own property in the opposite of that square mile. And I mean, you're really hampering those private property rights. You know, so when we look at that 1 square mile, please look at that. But I do agree 100%. We do not need this bill. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to move Amendment L003 and have it properly displayed.
Amendment L003 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Wilson to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked for this amendment because of the topic we were just talking about with dwelling and number of houses, number of people in a certain area. The current bill identifies mobile homes or trailers as a dwelling. This would mean that on your property, if you have a home and an RV, you are considered 2 dwellings. This is common on these properties to have an RV, a travel trailer, some sort of additional travel item, and this would clean up the number. It would reduce the number to actual physical dwellings versus just anything that might have somebody stay in it or temporarily or use it for travel. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this amendment is a good fix, and it exemplifies just what we're talking about with the unintended consequence of laws like this. I agree with Representative Titone that this bill is absolutely unnecessary, does absolutely nothing, but it is infused with little tiny infringements, and this is one of them. These homes out there, they don't necessarily, having a mobile home or a trailer, it doesn't specify what type of trailer that is. It just says a trailer. That trailer could be a stock trailer. Some of these places have multiple stock trailers. Some of them have semi-trailers out there. So now you've taken that. And the other part, and I think Representative Titone did a good job of illustrating this, I don't know of any place that has, any family that has 0.6 children. Most of the families I know have at least 1 full child, if not multiple full children. So unless we're going to start cutting the baby in half, then I think we ought to go with my esteemed colleagues' STEM skills and recognize that there are no families in Colorado that have 0.6 children. I get it, it's an average, but those families in those areas tend to have more children. And now you start doing a survey, and then you have to start getting into, well, how many people are in this area? How many trailers do you have? Does your neighbor have a trailer? What can happen? So I think this is a good amendment, just to clarify, because if that's not the intent, if the small gotcha is not the intent of this bill, then this amendment should absolutely be no problem. If this amendment is voted down, then I think that should be an indication of what the intent of the bill actually is. So I appreciate my colleague identifying this problem in the language, and I think it's an excellent example of why we need to be extremely vigilant in the writing of these bills. And I think it's also an excellent example of why the citizens of Colorado don't trust you. I recommend a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do define dwelling in the bill as a structure that would be intended to be lived in. And we don't want to take mobile homes out, because you could have a community of mobile home owners who are made unsafe by one of their residents shooting in their backyard. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every summer, I intend to live in my travel trailer several weeks of the year. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to speak in favor of this amendment. The idea that we're going to leave something out to be somehow included later by a commissioner or a local entity or something like that doesn't make sense. The reason we exist in this room is to make sure that what we're putting forth before the people is clear and that we are representing the people. And so if we leave something out like a mobile home, there is no expectation that anybody would include that later. That has to be included now. We got to put that in there now. This is why we're trying to do this. We don't want to disenfranchise people. We as Republicans strongly disagree with disenfranchisement. And we definitely don't want to do this on any type of home. We don't want to disenfranchise a mobile home or a travel trailer or anything that somebody could actually be living in. So we want to make sure that this amendment addresses all of those kind of things. And keeps that on a level playing field where it's included in there. We can go back and look at it. We know exactly what the bill is. There's no confusion. And we're all on the same page because we all voted to make sure that we're not disenfranchising anybody through the process. So I would strongly recommend that you vote for this amendment. It's going to be good for the bill. This amendment is going to be very good for the bill. The bill has already opened its arms and embracing this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just along the lines of the amendment, when we talk about a trailer, it's not uncommon for areas that are outside of the city limits to use their property, especially if you have 18 acres, that you could use that property for storage, for RV storage, for one. You could literally have hundreds of RVs in one small area. And everybody, so then you go out or you have just an RV next to your property, or two RVs. That's not uncommon for people that live out away that want to be away, they have the storage facility, they have the place to put their RV, they keep an RV for a friend because they have the room. You're not talking about inhabited facilities here. You're just talking about facilities, basically anything that could be used to living facilities for one or more persons. Well, that could be a tent. You could have a tent. You could have an RV. You could have a trailer. You could have any number of things. As Representative Bottoms stated, the language for these needs to be very tight, because otherwise it's going to be interpreted very broadly, very loosely. And when we have language like this, that is either intentional or sloppy, and there's no room for either one of them. We've already talked about that with on the previous page, that owning or possessing is not the same as the right to keep and bear arms. And the only reason to change that would be to infringe on that. So I think we need to be very careful with our wording. I know the object is to pass as many bills, as many infringements as possible, but these are serious.
Representative, I'm going to direct you back to the amendment now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just recommend that we tighten up the language, make sure the language says what we mean it to say, make sure that we honor that the language says what we're told the intent of the bill is, because right now the intent of the bill is unclear. I recommend we make that change, and so I recommend an aye vote on that amendment.
Representative Amable.
I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any Representative
Thank you, Madam Chair. By the very nature of the no vote, my esteemed colleague is recommending that this language remains very unclear, and it remains, unclear and ambiguous would be repetitious and redundant, that I won't impugn her motives, but I will question her motives as to why she would want to maintain unclear language when it can be cleared up so very easily. The amendment here doesn't change any nature of the bill. All it does is it seems to better align with the intent. If you have 18-acre parcels and everybody has an RV, which would not be uncommon, then all of a sudden now, instead of the average family being 2.6 people, now every dwelling has an average family of 1.3, just on average. I recommend an aye vote to tighten up the language, to make sure it says what it's supposed to say, doesn't infringe, doesn't leave families having to have partial children, and that we can make this clear. Just vote yes on the amendment, make the bill more clear. Help your colleagues trust you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment L003 fails. To the bill. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Amendment L011 I'd like displayed. I'd like to move Amendment L00011, and have it displayed.
Amendment L011 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Bottoms.
Yes, I would like to read this. It's short. I want to read this so that there's no confusion. We want to amend printed bill, page 2, line 6, strike resolution and substitute resolution and with the approval of the county sheriff. The reason, page 2, line 16, after the period, insert, before adopting a resolution to designate any area pursuant to this subsection, the Board of County Commissioners shall consult with the sheriff. If the sheriff does not approve of the resolution, the board shall not adopt the resolution designating the area. Speaking to this, to me, it seems intuitive that the sheriff, who deals with firearms constantly, and who is the one who's going to be called out to address any discharge of firearms under any circumstance, would be the one that would need to be on the decision-making moment for whether or not somebody should be allowed to have those firearms being discharged on their property. A Board of County Commissioners, there's a really good chance that most, or if any, of the county commissioners do not have any experience with firearms, a concealed carry permit, or any of these kind of things, that they're going to be very limited when it comes to being able to understand what is going on, be able to assess this piece of land, be able to assess these people that are involved, to be able to assess what kind of gun or what kind of caliber of gun or any of these kind of things. I have watched right here, just in my short time in this house, standing behind this well, when somebody was addressing the discharge of a firearm and was trying to explain the firearm and explain 4 or 5 different guns all at the same time, thinking it was the same gun with different caliber rounds and all kinds of stuff. So this is the kind of thing that we would expect, could expect from some county commissioners making decisions about this. This would be extremely dangerous for county commissioners to be trying to assess this for individuals. And so the idea that a sheriff who definitely has training in these kind of things and probably a much better working knowledge of the people within their area that have these firearms and what these firearms can and cannot do, to me, it would make sense that the sheriff would have the final say on this stuff. We don't want to just completely negate what our county commissioner says. We like county commissioners. We like what they do. They have good ideas sometimes. But to somehow put them in place of and in charge of the final word on some type of gun issue, discharging on private property issue, really any Second Amendment at all, there's a good chance they don't know what they're talking about. The sheriff will. The sheriff will have the ability to assess all of this stuff and then make that kind of that final ruling for the county commissioners. This is not to try to put the sheriff or county commissioners in conflict with each other. They can work together greatly when it comes to these kind of things. And actually, I think this would be a great opportunity for the sheriffs and the county commissioners over something as important as the Second Amendment, and how that also includes these issues of individual property rights. This bill addresses individual property rights and gun rights, Second Amendment rights. Well, this amendment will try to give the sheriff the ability to be able to assess that, to handle that, and then also, like I said, give the opportunity for the sheriff and the county commissioners to work together. Maybe this will be a really good learning experience and bonding experience for both of them when it comes to the Second Amendment. We definitely believe that the Second Amendment, being constitutionally derived and recognized that this is our right, that this may be even a good discussion time for the sheriff and the county commissioners to discuss this particular bill, and maybe even specifically this particular amendment, and come to a conclusion of Second Amendment rights. And then also personal property rights, and be able to, maybe even friendships will be developed through this county commissioner and sheriff conversation over this amendment. I really like the fact that we can put the sheriff into that place of position of authority and responsibility here in cooperation with the county commissioners. Then it gives the sheriff the ability to go out to these people's individual properties and kind of take a look, talk to the people, see what's going on, and make sure that they are pushing forward their constitutional duty to support the Second Amendment. Support the Second Amendment on the individual's properties, support the Second Amendment in the hearts and the minds of the people on those properties, support the Second Amendment right that these individuals have, that obviously all of us know here. We've read the Constitution, but we know that everybody has these rights. And so we want to make sure that the sheriff is able to have those conversations, good, strong conversations in that line. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Puglisi. Sorry, Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to support the comments that my esteemed colleague just said. As a former Mesa County Commissioner, we did and would have to always consult with the sheriff in order to develop a resolution that's going to affect the whole county. And so I do think it's really important that we do engage with our sheriffs as county commissioners, and if this is going to go into law, to make sure the resolution is supported by the sheriff and not allow it to go forward, because it really is incredibly important, since they are doing the enforcement, to make sure that we are all combined in our efforts. And so I do think this is a good amendment, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I also rise in strong support of this amendment. It really is a public safety amendment that we want to have the county sheriff consulted before an area is going to be designated, because the county sheriff is the one who oversees public safety within the unincorporated areas within the county, and that the county sheriff's knowledge and expertise, both of the land and of criminal justice law, should be something that's taken into account, because the premise behind the bill is really to prevent certain activities from happening in advance. So along with that advanced thinking, the county sheriff should be involved in being able to determine whether we're going to designate an area or not designate an area. After all, he is the chief law enforcement officer for the county. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Myself, as a former mayor of a municipality, this same idea applied to that. We always needed to consult with our police chief to make sure we were doing the right thing and the appropriate thing and not overstretching our assets in the police force. So this would apply in the same way to the sheriffs. If we want to pass something or create a new piece of legislation on the local level, what sense would it make not to include our town police chief? He's the one that has to execute it, and he's also the one that would come to us and say that, hey, we don't have the assets to enforce this, we don't have the ability to enforce this, the time is too far in between for these to address these items, or we already addressed that. At the same time, we often heard from our police chief that something done on the state level didn't apply. Either we were already doing it, or we didn't have the ability to do it, or it just didn't affect our community. So this amendment includes very important individuals in the conversation. It would only be appropriate to have this amendment. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate you. I also rise in support of this amendment. You know, my good friend and representative from House District 15, he took a little bit of time to think this over. I think it's something that's very important when we look at it. I mean, our sheriffs take their oath to defend and uphold the Constitution very serious, especially in rural counties, and I think that they need to be a big part of this decision. You know, I have the utmost respect for county commissioners, but at the end of the day, it's the sheriff and his department that's going to have to go out and enforce these type of laws. And if they're going to put themselves and their deputies in the fray, I think it's something that they should have a major voice in. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment. What we're trying to do is we're trying to adhere to the stated intent. And right now what we have is a bill that for either intentionally or unintentionally infringes. It starts to redefine our constitutional rights, intentionally or unintentionally, but it's in print, so you can only think that it's intentional. RV park, a lot of people that have ranges on those properties might have 3 or 4 RVs, all around that. And those are all counted as dwellings. And now under this law that we're doing that. So I think this is a great thing to have the sheriff involved, to have that perspective, because right now what we have, it appears to me as we have a level of legislative bullying by people that are moving into an area that really don't have it, that are trying to impose their views, their morals, their mores onto a culture that they were invited to be part of, that they were invited to be neighbors, and now they are using the power of the legislature to change, to impose, to subjugate their neighbors. We need to have some semblance of balance, and you need to have some semblance of recognition for the individual's rights. This is not a turf war. This is a matter of standing up for the people's rights. We've changed the wording to the
Representative DeGraff,
Constitution.
the amendment, I'll push you back to the amendment. It's that the Board of County Commissioners shall consult with the sheriff. So please speak to that.
So the county commissioners should consult in order to restore some balance with this lopsided legislation.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And esteemed colleagues, I know we've had a very robust discussion about this particular amendment, and I know it's robust discussion Monday in the House chamber. But I would like to offer a substitute amendment that I think will help move our discussion forward to get some more progress towards the conclusion of our debate here. So, Madam Chair, I would like to offer a substitute amendment L018 to amendment L011 and ask that it be properly displayed. Do you have it?
L018 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, with this particular substitute amendment, and for my colleagues in the chamber that are new, anybody can offer a substitute amendment. It doesn't have to be necessarily the person that offered the amendment. But in this particular case, to move things along, this substitute says, before adopting a resolution to designate an area pursuant to this subsection, the Board of County Commissioners may consult with the sheriff and consider the sheriff's recommendation of whether to adopt the resolution. With respect to the governance team in every county, I think that the county commissioners should always listen to their sheriffs with respect to resolutions that affect firearms, the use and handling of firearms. And so I believe this substitute amendment will help us move forward. And I ask for a favorable recommendation on this.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rep. Holtorf. This feels like something that the county commissioners would do in the normal course of their job, and so we ask for a yes vote on this substitute amendment. And thank you for bringing it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L018 passes. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1165. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1165 passes. We'll take a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1011 and 1090 until Tuesday, February 14th.
So approved. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following touch bills, being second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1087 as amended, 1117 as amended, 1134 as amended, 1165 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1011 and 1090 laid over until February 14th, 2023.
Representative Doherty. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting House Bill 1165 to show that House Bill 1165 as amended lost.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed and request an aye vote.
The amendment is displayed. Seeing no further discussion, the adoption of the DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report is before us. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Parenti votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 46 no, and 0 excused, the DeGraff amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel. Sorry, I was skipping ahead. Members, Mr. Shebel, please read the first Wilson amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment, L3 to House Bill 1165, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1165 as amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the first Wilson Amendment to the COW and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed.
Thank you, and I ask for an aye vote so this amendment is passed. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion. Members, the question before us is the adoption of the first Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Parenti votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye votes, 46 no, and 0 excused, the first Wilson Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment, L4 to House Bill 1165, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1165 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
I move the second Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed.
And I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Parenti votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 45 no, and 0 excused, the Wilson Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Duran amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Duran moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that House Bill 1165 as amended did not pass and that the bill as amended was laid over to February 14th, 2023.
Representative Duran.
Madam Speaker, I move the adoption of the Duran Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Majority Leader Duran.
Madam Speaker, members, instead of passing House Bill 1165, this amendment reverses that and lays the bill over until tomorrow as amended. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also ask for a yes vote on this amendment, and we'll tell you why tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Amabile. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Duran Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye, 1 no, and 0 excused, the Duran Amendment is adopted. Seeing no further amendments, the question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Parenti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Parenti votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 19 no, and 0 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, any further announcements? Representative Woodrow.
Good afternoon, members. Members of the House State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee will meet across the street in LSBA at 10 to 3 to hear House Bill 1055, 1057, and 1098. See you then, and bring a pillow.
Thank you. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the House Appropriations Committee, we will be meeting bright and early tomorrow morning at 7:30 in the Old State Library to hear all of these bills listed in the calendar.
Representative Snyder.
If it's Monday, it must be finance. Finance will be meeting in 10 minutes downstairs to hear 5 bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Snyder. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a reminder, 7:30 tomorrow morning, Joint Technology Committee upstairs, 3rd floor. We're doing all the budget supplements. It'll be a lot of fun. Join us at 7:30.
Representative Leader.
I have been approved by a majority leader to be absent, excused, February 27th and 28th. I know you'll miss me.
So approved. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee will meet in 15 minutes, right at 3 o'clock. So we're giving you a little extra time.
Thank you. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow, 1:30, Transportation and Local Gov. The order of the bills will be slightly changed. Pay attention in the morning when I have a little bit more of my act together, and I'll tell you the order of the bills then. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Froelich. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.